Hey everybody, getting ready to start another stream here. It's gonna be a shorter stream today, considering it's already 9 p.m. and my sleep schedule is actually normal for the time being. You know how it is. It may or may not last. More than likely it won't, but what are you gonna do? It's normal now. So I probably won't stay up too much later than like midnight at the latest, I would think, but you never know. You never know. Anyways, after the ad starts and finishes, then we'll get right to it. I did notice a bug in Frontrooms Normalities. Now it is a game jam. Luckily this game jam allows you to update the game mid-game jam. You just have to like the one that's being judged has to say jam afterwards, and then anything that's updated doesn't say jam, so it's that simple. I don't know why more game jams on itch don't do this. It's not like people are gonna cheat if you're given the opportunity to fix the game, you know. And the thing is that it's doing pretty well. It's getting like it's like what I think I have the numbers up. It's at 74 downloads and 79 browser plays. So like that's not bad for only being out for what I think it came out on the 28th of last month. So yeah, not even that long. If we look at the calendar, 28th. So 1 week would be the 4th, and then 2 weeks would be the 11th. So I can't believe it's only been 2 weeks. That's crazy. Or wait, did I mess that up? Yeah, the 28th to the 4th is 1 week, and then the 4th to the 11th is 2 weeks. Why does it feel like it's been longer? Oh no, wait, am I going backwards? I see what happened there. August 28th to the 4th. Wait, it's still the same. Yeah, for some reason I was looking at October and November, but it's still the same 2 weeks. So, anyways, yeah, the ad is about to start. We'll get ready after that. It shouldn't take me long to fix this bug. I'll explain it when we come back. Okay, are we back from the ad break? I think we're back from the ad break. Okay, so the bug is that I never made more than 10 numbers for the game. Now, I made difficulties that go up to 20 and 30, but I never made numbers for anything past 10. So that's the bug. Big oversight on my part. I don't know what I was thinking. Could be easy to fix. Haven't looked into the code, but it won't be hard. I mean, I wrote it in the first place. But if we go to the end here, we've got this room here. It's got this sprite, but starts as a 1. On initialization, it's got number of days total. There's 3 options. When it's 1, it doesn't change. So it changes this, but it doesn't change this. We've got all of these days without fail. They only go up to 10. If it gets past 10, it just stays at 1. So it still technically works, but it doesn't tell you how many days you're at. So it's like, oh no, did I lose? How many days do I have left? It doesn't feel great. So that's what we're going to be fixing. It'd be pretty easy to do. You can see we've got this. So we can just copy this, make a new thing, paste it. And we don't actually need this many numbers, so we will change it up a bit here. What am I trying to do? We're going to crop. Why didn't that work? Canvas size, there we go. And we can just do that. Now, we are going to make a new layer, and we'll just fill in all of these with this color. And then wait, why is it? What am I doing? There we go. I was on the arrow key and not the marquee tool. So to fix that, you could either hit Control M, I believe, or Control T, which is like transform. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this half of this and we're gonna paste it over here, and because I did it really funny, I started it at 0, and then I moved from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, 7, 8, 9, and then, you know, because I cropped it, there was 10. So it went from 0 to 10 on the first one, because that's all I needed. I was like, oh, I'll just fit it all on one. Well, now it's like, it would have made more sense if 10 was on the next one. So we're actually going to start with 11. Oh, so actually, this needs to stay over there. And this shouldn't be like that. I made a mistake there. I wasn't thinking. All right, so we'll make a new layer just to make things even more confusing, and then we'll just do 11. Oh, we need it in the right color. 11, and so what we're gonna have to do is like scooch one of these over, which isn't an issue yet, but it will become an issue. Maybe. It might become an issue. So far, it's not. But we need at least 1 pixel between each edge and the other number. So that's what we're doing here. 14. But yeah, I was meaning to stream yesterday, and then I just didn't do it. I was too tired or something. I don't know. This whole like switching my sleep schedule thing has left me really tired. I'm not really sure why. It's weird, right? Because if my sleep schedule is backwards, like I'm totally awake for like way longer than I would be. But when my sleep schedule is regular, I like get really sleepy like really early in the day, and then I'm like trying to drink caffeine and struggle until 10, and I'm like, I'm tired. Why am I so tired? We can just grab this too. So here's where the issue arises, right? But what we can do is just shrink the 2. And it's not very consistent, but you don't really notice. And you know, if we wanted to, we could shrink the 2 there, but it looks better, and you only see 1 number at a time. So now we've got 11 through 20. So we're gonna copy this, save it as we'll go ahead and put it in the right folder here. I think it's got its own, yep, here we go. Numbers 11 through 20. And we'll just save it as a PNG. So yeah, we'll just flatten them, copy them all, make a new one, and paste them all here. So that's really weird. Oops. There we go. It still had the same copy from before, so that's why it made an extra space there. Alright, so yeah, you can see what we're gonna do here. We're just going to move this 2. Actually, we're probably gonna take this 2, right? I guess it doesn't really make a difference. There it will. Alright, so let's go back to what we had. So we'll take this and then put it there also, and then we'll scooch that over like that, and then scooch that over. And yeah, you can barely tell that it looks different. Yeah, so we're just gonna keep doing that. Then we need 30, so we'll just take this. And again, we're running into that issue, so we'll just crunch this one down a bit, and totally not really an issue. And there we have it, 21 through 30. That's as many as we need. So we'll save this as (21 through 30). Save it as a PNG. All right. So let's grab that from the folder. We've got both of these. Oh, what happened there? We're going to copy those. Go to our Frontrooms folder here. We'll paste it there. And so now we've got these. Awesome. So now what we need to do is basically duplicate all of these. But it's easier if we just do it one at a time here. So we'll copy this one, we'll paste it. Change this to 11. And then what we need to do is, instead of the animation frame, well, we will need to deal with the animation frames, but first we need to change the sprite sheet. So we'll say sprite sheet, set actor sprite sheet. We'll set that before this, and the name of the actor is actor 1, and then we'll set it to numbers 11 through 20. So now we do need to set up the animations, because technically these are animated. Right, so if we take a look at the one that's just called numbers, we can see that there's a frame for each number. So we're just gonna have to do that for these also. It looks like it's already in place. So that's perfect. We just need to remember that 0 is 1 and 1 is 2 and 2 is 3, and it's a little confusing, but what are you gonna do? 9 is 20, right? And we also, I guess, palette is fine. Yeah, because we changed the default palette. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the game world, and we're just going to make sure that the frame is at 0, because 0 is 11. And we're not sure of that. Then we can always go back to the sprites and see that 0 is 11. And yeah, so now we've got this. So let's copy it and do 12. And so this can stay the same. This one just needs to be incremented by 1. Infinite metal! Quote, 0 is 11. Yes. Frame number 0 is 11. Quotes must be enabled. I don't know. How did you know this was a thing? You want me to enable it? I don't even know. I didn't even know that was a thing. Stream elements? Let's see what that's all about. How you doing, Infinite? Stream elements. I just guessed a lot of bots have something like that. I don't know. I don't use them myself, but I know others. I'm doing good. How have you been? I've been doing awesome. Thanks so much for recommending Pyroto to your friend. I very much appreciate that. We got some excellent feedback, and it was awesome. And Johnny agreed that it was awesome to have someone who we didn't know play the game, so we could have some more direct feedback. You know, they didn't necessarily know that we were in the chat, so like, you know. And you know, honestly, I'm not sure how Johnny feels about it, but I think that one issue that he had, I think we can fix that very easy. I don't think Johnny will be like, oh no, let's not do that, but maybe, I don't know, who knows. It's his design, so I kind of let him make the decisions like that. But yeah, I've been doing pretty good. I've just been kind of hanging out. I fixed my sleep schedule, and then I've been meaning to stream, and I just like kind of haven't. I get like real tired, and then like I'm like, oh well, what am I gonna do? And you know. But I'm glad to hear you've been doing good. I've been kind of taking a break from the computer. And I think it's about time for me to get back on the saddle, right? Or whatever they call it. Do that thing. Chat commands. You quote. It says that quote is turned on. The user level is everyone. Command cost is 0. Huh. Yet it said quotes must be enabled, and at least one quote must be added for the features to work. Oh, you know what it is. Let's see. My guess is that it's like add quote. Is there a way we can search these things? No, there isn't. And they're not in alphabetical order. So that's show a random quote. Now I want to know. Yep, and he didn't know you would be there and probably wouldn't care, but he certainly didn't rage at the game, and he's known to do with many. Yeah, I was a little worried that he might, especially hearing what he was saying at first, where he's like, you know, it's not even a retro game and all this. It was funny. There was one point there where he seemed like he was about to get frustrated if the level wasn't complete, and then the level completed, and he was like, oh, all right then. Yeah. I don't think there's a way to just add quotes. I think you have to do it like manually. It's really weird. I don't know how any of that stuff works. Oh, quotes. Here we go. No quotes created. Add quote. Oh, you literally have to do it manually. There's no way that I can set up for a person to do it. That's too bad. It would be a secret secret command that no one knows about. Sorry about that. But yeah, 0 is 11 isn't the best quote anyways, but it's funny. But yeah, I'm glad to see you dropping in the chat. It's a secret to everyone. There's a quote for you. But yeah, I found a bug in Frontrooms Normalities, and we're doing a post-jam fix. And honestly, we're almost done fixing it at this point, which is kind of crazy. I thought it would at least take an hour. But yeah, I was looking at my yard and I was like, man, my yard looks like shit. What's going on here? Like, I've got yellow patches and then I was thinking, I'm like, you know, I never see the irrigation system turn on. And I'm like, you know, I set it to turn on in the early morning, and I'm never really awake, or like it's too dark to see it. And then I was like, you know, I should test this, right? And so I've got like the app on my phone and I'm trying to test them. Like, none of these sprinklers are going off when I test them. Something's fishy, right? So it took me like a while to figure it out, because I was dealing with it right around sunset, and I was like, well, now it's too dark out to fuck with this shit, so I'll do it in the morning. So the morning came today and I was like, all right, I'm gonna figure this shit out, right? And the fucking water main was turned off on the fucking irrigation system. And then when I turn it on, a bunch of water sprays out of it, like out of the pipes. I'm like, oh shit, this isn't good. And then I looked and I noticed that like right where the water was like leaking, because it's just like a little drop, like a drop every few minutes or something like that. The wall had been repaired, so they literally knew about this issue and just like kept the water main off, right? But it was winter when I bought the house, so that kind of makes sense. But like, I don't know. And now I'm wondering, do I have to like, maybe I need to check the shut-off valve or whatever and make sure I'm not like just like wasting water by having it on. But anyways, I put a plastic container underneath it, and that should catch the drips, and I guess I'll just have to watch it from now on. But the irrigation's working, so that's good. So hopefully my lawn doesn't completely need to be fixed. I don't know. I pay someone to take care of the weeds, and they've been doing a shit job. And then the rabbits are digging it up. Never get a break. But I did get some mowing in today. I need to do some more weed whacking. I was gonna do that, and then I didn't. Do it tomorrow. So wait, 0 is 11, and 12 is 1. I fucked that up already. And 13 is 3, 14 is, wait, no, 2 is 13, 3 is 14, so it is a little confusing. I wasn't thinking ahead when I did that. I just need to increment the number. Hopefully I don't go over on tokens, because then I'll have to like refactor these into separate scripts, which is probably the better way to do it to begin with. But if I can get away with doing it in one, that would be awesome. This is 16, so this should be 5. Right. 17 and then 6. $18, 7. But Infinite Metal, if you're still around, this is your chance to get first. How people come in and they snipe it. That's not how you do it. You got it's a channel point redeem. There you go. There you go. You got your first. Woot. That's how I read woot. Instead of being like woot 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 woot. 19. But thanks for getting first. 20, it's 9. It says 10 there, but it's actually going to be 20 because we're changing the sprite sheet here. So we need to change the sprite sheet on this one to the next one. And then back to 0. This is where things start to get normal again, I believe, right? Because... oh wait, no. This one's 20. So we actually need this one to be 9? Wait. Oh no, I'm confused. This one's 20. What's at 9? This one's 21. So it gets, yeah, I was right. Okay. Gets to 0, and then this one is 22. So it goes to 1. Three. Oh. But we got ad that's gonna start here in a second. So I'll take a quick break for that, and then we'll finish this up. We're already almost done. I don't know. Maybe I'll play some games after this, or maybe I'll get into what's that game? Source Hack. I've been looking at that thinking, man, I need to update that. I'm like sitting on an update that's like nearly done, but just needs some more debugging. But yeah, ad's about to start. Oh yeah? Yeah, Source Hack has a pretty big update coming up, and I've just been debugging it for like the last year. I don't know. But the ad's on its way. I don't know if you played Source Hack Infinite. All right, are we back from the ad yet? I was looking more at the quote thing, the quote command. Anyway, so this is source hack. I put the link in chat if anyone's interested. So yeah, this is a little bit older of a version that than the one that I have. You can see the legacy game jam version, and then you can see the updates. Only 2 updates, and I'm like kind of sitting on a third because I bit off a little bit more than I could chew, and then I had to like chew up all the bugs, and then I started working on all this other stuff. Anyways, it's a strange game. It kind of tries to subvert expectations, and also at the same time I was like learning GB Studio when I started this project. This is literally my first Game Boy game, and I started it during a jam, so I was kind of like scrambling and I didn't know what to do. My first idea was to do, I don't know how to describe it, this type of gameplay where you have to like collect all the things and then like it like shoots you. Like I wanted it to like shoot you across, and then you'd have to like do like a puzzle to like collect all the things and then get to the exit. But I couldn't figure out how to do that, so I came up with this other kind of thing where you just have to collect the things and travel on these paths, and then I like kind of break free from that after like level 8 or something. So like when you're playing it, especially in the game jam, you're thinking, oh, this game jam is just this over and over again, and then all of a sudden it just changes dramatically into this like open world. And then it's still pretty linear though. It looks like an open world, but it's linear. So it's like, oh, this is going to be open world, and then right away it's linear again. And then in one of the more recent updates, I kind of put an intro in, including this little cutscene, and then like this, you get to see like a glimpse of the open world aspect before it sends you into the computer world. But yeah, then you're constantly going back and forth between the computer world and like this big massive city, and we can take a look at the trailer. If it loads. Yeah, this trailer is a little bit older too. I've since changed a lot of things. Is that the guy from Final Fantasy? It's pretty close. I was referencing the guy from Final Fantasy when I made it, for sure. Final Fantasy Legend. So yeah, the characters have the same kind of body shape as Final Fantasy, but they're all different. Although the cat is a lot similar, is quite similar to the cat from Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior 3, I believe. But yeah, I tried to make my own spin on it. It's kind of difficult. But yeah, there's a lot of humor in this one, a lot of little Easter eggs, just like a lot of strange shit. But I had a lot of fun making it, and I plan to make more with it and do like a lot more with it. It's got this massive city, and you only get to see a fraction of it right now, but there's like a way to get past it if you like hack the game. So I wanted to like make hacking the game, like exploiting the game, like basically just like adding little Easter eggs that people can use to just like kind of do what they want with the game. So there's like a lot of hidden stuff, and that's kind of what I was going for with this one. But it's kind of a big game for being like my first Game Boy game, so I never really finished it, and I just started doing a lot of other stuff, a lot of shorter stuff. But I would like to spend more time on it and make another update. I don't see it going to Steam anytime soon. I would at least want to like fill the entire cartridge before I do that. But what I'm thinking is that it's going to be one of those games that just never ends. I'll just run out of cartridge space and then just like cut it off basically and be like, you know, get ready for part 2, and then just like start right where I left off on part 2 kind of thing. So it'd probably be like a serial type game. But it's funny, that game actually started as a Unity game called Cyber Source Hack, and then when I started Source Hack, I wanted it to be a demake of a game that I never finished. Serial type game like Chex Quest. There you go. Like sequential series type shit. What's the word for that? Episodic. That's what I mean to say. So I think this is supposed to be 2, right? Because this one was 1. Yeah. But yeah, the stuff that I've been working on and like debugging in Source Hack is actually a Zelda-like. So you get like a sword and you're like walking around with these like single screen puzzles in like a map, and like, I don't know, I'm trying to put my own spin on it and stuff like that, so it's not just like a clear ripoff of Zelda. But the original idea was to have like 3 different worlds, right? You've got your city that's like overrun, like the city is like the size of the entire planet kind of thing, right? Like a massive city that just is the whole planet. And kind of like Trantor in the Foundation, and then except that it's almost like Idiocracy, where it's like falling apart and dystopian. And then the computer world, where like people spend most of their time and like a lot of the finance stuff occurs. And then a spiritual realm where there's like magic and like another dimension that like is kind of hidden from the rest of the world, but like you like slip into it somehow. And yeah, that was the idea of that. The idea actually came a long time ago. I was in high school when I thought of the idea, but like it didn't have the hacking aspect of it. It was going to be more like a modern like world that the character like moves from to go to the spiritual realm. And so I just kind of like tacked that onto like the whole like cyber hacking thing. Not that it's all that similar, but you ever watch that show Sliders? I did, actually. However, so like, because it was on Sundays, I believe, and I didn't have cable at my mom's, and at my dad's, I was there every other weekend, and we could like stay up and watch like Earth 2, but at that point we had to like get driven back to my mom's, and so we would miss Sliders. But I did see a couple episodes of it, when it was on TV, and I've since watched it on like archive.org, I think, and or on something. But yeah, I remember that era. We watched a lot of like The Adventures of Hercules, Earth 2, and then we would see the commercials for Sliders and be like, "But we want to watch Sliders." Gotcha, yeah, it was a great show at least some of the time. Yeah, I feel like a lot of TV was like that during that era, where they had like a lot of filler episodes, but they also had like really great like concepts and stuff. And then you had to like, I don't know, back then you had to like schedule your day around the TV if you wanted to actually watch a series. And then like, who could do that, right? So you ended up watching like reruns, and then they'd be out of order, and so like they wrote TV to like fit that, right? Especially, so like Sliders is a good example of that, where every episode was like pretty different. I mean, it did follow like a theme and like a story, but like you could watch an episode and then not watch like 5 episodes and watch another episode and still be able to like get into it. And Earth 2 wasn't really like that. Earth 2 kind of required that you watched it in a row, and so I think once I missed a few episodes, I lost interest. I was just thinking how they at one point played around with the idea that some dimensions had different kinds of physics, so they did go to one where magic was real, for instance. So that's really cool. Yeah, I just like the idea of like, I don't know, like Shadowrun. I think did a pretty good job of it, right? Where it was like you had your dystopian society, you had your Matrix, and you had your shaman, right? And I mean, there was some things that were kind of weird about Shadowrun, like the orcs and like the different races and stuff like that. They got a little bit kind of out there, but it was also just really cool. Like the whole thing was really cool. Sliders was honestly just really good the first couple seasons, but the show went to pains to prevent the larger production company meddling with it. Interesting. They got canceled a couple of times for that reason. And when they would come back, they would have more money, but were forced to move production closer to the larger company and have someone else in charge. It still had good episodes after that, but was much more up and down. That's really interesting. You know, what I was watching recently was Farscape, and I was like kind of blown away. I vaguely remember seeing and hearing about it when I was in high school, but it was like right around the time that I was like moving back to my mom's where I didn't have cable, so like it makes sense that I didn't really catch any of it. But they spent over $1 million in episode on Farscape, and that blows my mind, because looking at it now, it's like it looks so hokey, but at the same time, like the Jim Henson stuff looks pretty cool for the most part. It at least looks expensive, and then the 3D modeling and stuff, like, to think about it, in 1999 that would have been really, really expensive, but looking at it now, it's like, wait, they just get like a college student to do it, you know? Yeah, that was Jim Henson Sci-Fi, right? Yeah, it was Jim Henson Company. I think Jim Henson's brother actually worked on it. I can't remember his name, but I only watched a few episodes of it, but it was interesting, to say the least. But yeah, I'd like to spend more time watching stuff like that. Like Sliders. I did start watching Earth 2 again. I found it on archive.org, and I got like, I don't know, 10 or so episodes in, maybe more, and I was like, you know what, this is I'm kind of losing interest in this. The story just kind of like isn't as exciting anymore all of a sudden. That's why I often think about some of those big sci-fi shows. People complain got canceled too soon. They were likely super expensive. Yeah, and the same thing happened with Farscape. It was ended early, and everyone was upset about it. So upset that they actually made like a web series, like, or a few episodes to like try to like close the story a little bit better. And they did it through public donations, which blows my mind, but it was that popular. I guess it's actually that one debuted in Australia. It was all of the actors were Australian except for one, so that's kind of interesting to me. You know, when I was younger, I never really thought about Australian TV. Like, I remember like seeing Much Music, which was Canadian, but it was on DirecTV. So I was like, oh, they got MTV in Canada, and it's better than MTV in the States. I remember thinking that they had like metal shows and actual music videos in a time where they had kind of stopped on MTV. But outside of like Canadian TV, because there was also Tom Green shows on MTV, I didn't really think about like shows that were started in other countries and making it its way to the States, because it just wasn't that common. I remember watching Going Round the Twist, which I think was originally an Australian show too, that they released in the US years later. I'd never heard of that one. I think Reboot was also Canadian. Oh, I didn't know that. I definitely watched Reboot. I watched the crap out of Reboot, actually. I thought it was the coolest thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I couldn't follow the story as a kid. I was just enthralled by the animations. You know, I was really into the Jetsons movie, and I think that was one of the first movies that had CGI in it. Like, well, I know there was some that were before that. It got some acclaim for being one of the first. I don't really remember, but it was like 1991 or something. So there was definitely some early CGI in films before that, but it was definitely one of the earliest ones with it also. Or at least where it looked good, maybe. I don't know. But it's funny, you know, like what was it? Escape from New York had like this quote CGI scene where it was all wireframes of the city, and it wasn't actually wireframes. They just spent the time to make a model of the city and then coated it with grid that glue in the dark, and then they had a camera swooping in through this actual model of the city that was covered in a grid, and they pretended like it was a computer screen, and it worked. If you watch the film, it looks like early CGI, but it wasn't. Yeah, you saw that Reboot took actual years to make the first season. Yeah. And you know, honestly, when I was a kid, I was in like first grade, and they used to have this thing where like if you had like a parent that like did something really cool, they could like come into school and talk about their job. And this kid's dad was like an architect, and he was talking about what he did, and he was saying that a lot of it was computer generated images, and the class just was like, I don't know what that is. And he's like in that show Reboot, and I was like, oh my gosh, I know exactly what you're talking about. And after that, I wanted to be an architect so bad, because the way he described it, like working with Reboot stuff, I was like, oh man, I want to do that. So it's not a huge surprise that I went to school for 3D modeling and animation, because I was always into it. And then when I saw Anaconda, that was the first time I was like, wait a second, that snake looks so bad, I bet I could do a better job. Maybe I could actually do this as a career. Which probably wasn't the smartest choice I ever made, but like, you know, passion-driven artist stuff, you know, that's just how it goes. Okay, so this should be ready to test. If it builds, then we're good. If it doesn't build, then we'll have to refactor it, but at least we've got all the work done. There was a project recently to get the original media and do high-res cleaned up scans. I've heard of this, yeah. A little bit of a cult following for Reboot. And it's crazy because the story sucks so bad. It made no sense. Like, I tried rewatching it recently. I was like, wow, this is really hard to watch. But the visuals were very interesting. You know, they were doing quite a bit with what they had. It looks like it's compiling, so that's good. Like, the methods that they would have gone through to make those faces would have been difficult. But you can look at looking at all the animations, you can tell that there wasn't really a whole lot of like rigging going on, so much as just like simple animations, the like rotating and stuff like that. But like the small little facial animations and stuff, that would have been a big pain in the ass to make. Also, Infinite Mel, you're probably of the age where you might remember Liquid Television, right? I've actually got a Liquid Television redeem. But yeah, Liquid Television had some really early animations that were like 3D animations, right? Thought that was pretty big deal when they managed to get the machine for the specific media working again. Oh yeah, one of those Silicon Graphics machines. Dude, those things were like $50,000 back in the day. And they used like Soft Image, which was like the only 3D modeling suite back in the day. Now it's like not even really a thing. I mean, it's still a thing, people still use it, but it's like, it's not, compared to Autodesk, it's not like, you know, it's pretty much only used to make old looking stuff. I think they ended up getting a lot of big upgrades a couple of times throughout the series. That makes sense, because it was in production so long despite only having 4 seasons. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it kind of like, it turned heads, right? It turned a lot of heads. Unfortunately, it was on really early in the morning, and then they didn't really play it throughout the day. So like, it kind of like forced you, like, if you really wanted to watch it, you had to be like up early. I think it was like during the weekend too. I could be wrong, but so it's like, if you want to wake up at 7 a.m. to watch cartoons, like, you get to watch Reboot kind of thing. Honestly, that's the way Pokemon was too for me. Like, I don't know if it's because of when I was watching it or what, but like, it was like 7 a.m. Oh, we're up at 7 a.m. We could watch Pokemon. Yeah, the story changed a lot too at one point and got darker along with all the tech changes. That makes sense. Not long after, maybe just like 4 or 5 years later, there was that Transformers Beast Wars. And I remember watching it, and it was very much the same kind of thing. Like, the story didn't really intrigue me, but the animations were like, wow, they did a really good job with that. It was that like that metal fake reflection that they did. Just blew my mind as a kid. Super Mario 64 did a good job with that too, where it was like, we're gonna make this look like it's reflecting something even though it's not. You've probably read up on it, but the major Canadian station dropped them, but that resulted in them having less restrictions than they hated. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I haven't actually read too much about them. I just kind of like picked up little tidbits. And then I did watch a little bit when I was a kid, and as an adult, being a fan of the old 3D stuff. Yeah, I love Beast Wars for a bit. I never really got super into it, but when it was on, I watched it because I was just interested in the animation. Yeah. Animation was always, like 3D animation was always like more interesting to me than the regular stuff. Just because it looks so new and so different. Alright, so this compiled, so that's good. We should test it. Let's get the debugger out. And we can turn off the music. Oh, and we should change the options to be number of days. We'll set it to 30. And we should play through it, but we could just cheat just as easily. So we'll say 11. And then yeah. Beast Machines I couldn't get into, but for some reason I saw the final episode of that randomly and it made it seem really cool. I'd never even heard of that one. That must have been like another offshoot. Alright, so wait, days without fail, so correct in a row. Why does that seem like it's not right? If days without fail equals 12, it should say 11. But 11 is 0. Oh no, because it's going to increment when I go through. No? I don't really know. Maybe we should just start from the beginning. Yeah, let's start from the beginning and see what happens. Wait. Oh, also, it looks like the days without fail doesn't reset to 0, and it definitely should, so that's an issue. So I'm gonna mark that on the sticky note. That way I can put it in the patch notes. Beast Machines was the sequel series to Beast Wars, from my understanding, similar to Beast Wars being a sequel to Transformers. Now, I never really paid attention to Transformers, but I remember that it was like a thing before I was born, and then it was still a thing when I was like young in the 80s, and then it was still a thing in the 90s, and then it was still a thing in the 2000s, and then it was still a thing. I don't know if it's still a thing, but it was still a thing for like most of my life. And I had at least one Transformer that I really liked to play with. It had like dragon feet. It was like purple and gray, and it transformed into like a Hydra. I bet I could find it. Oh, there it is. It was a Decepticon this whole time. I thought it was a Transformer. It only cost $15. There it is. And it had like a shield too. Decepticons were Transformers. They were just the bad guys. Well, yeah, I know. But being that they were Decepticons, they weren't Transformers. The Transformers were the good guys. But they happened to be under the same IP, which was Transformers. So yeah, in the story they weren't. But the legs were really interesting. They had these weird joints on it. And here's the human version, but you can see the joints. They would like go out sideways, like doing like side kicks. And it had a tail, and the tail went over the head, which was kind of interesting. There you can see, oh, I don't know what happened there. Now it's real big. It was real small last time, and now it's real big. But yeah, I always thought it was interesting that his head was hollow. Like, I don't know why. Never understood why. Maybe something stuck in there or something, I don't know. But I think that was like the only Transformer that I had. Maybe they broke by the time that I was like old enough to play with them. Been rebooted multiple times, yeah. So Transformers was the name for all of them. Autobots were the good guys, Decepticons were the bad guys. Ah, okay, you're right, because they were like, Autobots, roll out, yeah. Not that it matters much, but we're talking about it. Totally matters, because I forgot. Like I said, I never really got into it. Like, I liked this toy, and I played with it a lot, but like, I never really got into it. Alright, so we need, when we hit the menu, there's like a pause menu over here. Hey, Pharaoh Skeeve, thanks for the raid. How you doing? Welcome in, raiders. Playing Valheim. How is Valheim? Goblin raid. Not goblins. No. Ion Chris, welcome in. I'm good, my boy. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, I've been meaning to play more Valheim. One of my friends had a server set up, and just never really like went back to it. We spent like a lot of time in it, and then just never really finished it. I think we were about to fight Motor, but then we didn't, or maybe they did without me. I can't remember. RSVP SAP, how you doing? Welcome in. Valheim is a fun time. They just got a new update too. Isn't there like bears in the woods now? Did you guys fight bears? I'd say it's one of my favorite games. It's a good one. We've only done the first boss so far. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, it gets intense. Like, it's much easier with a group, I realized. The first time I played it, for like the first few years that I owned the game, I only played it solo. I didn't have a friend group. I never had friends with a server. And then just this year was the first time I actually played with a friend group. And it's so much faster. The grind is not as bad when you're playing with a group. Yeah, they added that like 2 days ago. Yeah, they are tough. Oh, the bears? Yeah, that sounds tough. And then it like on the trailer, it looked like there was like a super scary bear too. Probably like a bear boss or a bear raid or something like that. I don't really know. Yeah, right. You don't have to cut down 200 trees by yourself. Yeah. Like, although, honestly, I really enjoy cutting down trees in that game. I don't know. There's something about it. Like, I will just cut down the whole freaking forest. I will replant the forest, like, as close as I can together, and then cut them all down. So that way they fall on top of each other. And then they like cut themselves down, right? And they'll just like leave the logs everywhere, and then I'll go through and cut all of the logs down. I'll cut all the stumps. I got really into cutting down trees in that game. My axe skill is like pretty high. The trees are so satisfying. Yeah, I love when they fall and knock down more. Yeah, exactly. Or when they teeter-totter and then you like try to climb up it and then it like breaks and like falls apart on you and nearly kills you. Or like when you're first starting out and the trees do kill you. Yeah, no, the trees are a lot of fun. Although honestly, the stoneworking is a lot of fun too. It's unfortunate that you have to like get through quite a bit to get to that point in the game. But you'll have a lot of fun when you get there, like making castles and stuff. They've been really fleshing things out lately, it seems. Started playing again last week and I was surprised by the skills and crafting changes. You haven't messed with it yet? Yeah, so like, not to give away too much of the game, but eventually you get the ability to mine iron, and then you can use the iron to build like a stone cutting table, and then once you've got that, then you can build your castles, and I have a lot of fun with that. Like, in fact, the last thing that I was doing in my friend's server was just building a castle tower type thing for no reason, just because it looks cool. I'm happy they've left floating buildings alone. Wait, how do you have a floating building? Is there some exploit that I don't know about? Oh, I still die from them. Yeah, well, it sounds like you're still kind of at the start of the game. Eventually, you'll get armor that prevents that type of like stuff. And when you level up, right? Because the longer you play it, assuming that you don't die a whole lot, your skills get upgraded, right? But yeah, thanks so much for dropping in with the raid. I appreciate it. If you need to do stuff, I totally understand. If you've been streaming for a long time or anything like that, that makes sense, you know. If you need to lurk or if you need to leave, that's totally cool. I just want to put that out there. But thank you so much for dropping in, and you can, of course, you're welcome to hang out and chat if you want to. Yeah, it was a bug found years ago, and the devs saw people were doing with it, and apparently it wasn't sure he wanted to fix it because it's so cool. Well, that's awesome. Now I kind of want to know how to do that, because when I build stuff and the bottom breaks down, everything breaks down. And it's kind of a good way of like trashing old stuff, but like, yeah, it's like kind of intense when you don't want it to happen. It's bedtime for me. Glad we ended up in your stream for a minute. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, RSVP. It's great to see you always. I can show you sometime. I love making floating fortresses. Yeah, that'd be cool. Do you play on a server, Infinite? I know that Cryptic's got a server, and I'm sure they'd be happy to have you. I mean, if he still has it up. I'm not sure if he still has it up, to be honest, because I know it's like a monthly fee. I think he said it was like 13 bucks a month. I offered to chip in, but he's like, no, this is my thing. I was like, all right, fair enough. But I feel bad because, you know, like, I don't want to sit there and just like, because I'll get like sucked in, you know. I'll be playing it for the whole day and be like, oh shit, I just played a video game all day. So then I have to like cut myself off. Westlow, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. I mostly play alone lately, though I've played on some other people's small servers before. Right on. Yeah, Cryptix isn't a huge server. I think there's like a limit of how many. I think like 8 people can be on at once or something like that. But you know, I don't think anyone's really playing it right now. But yeah, we do get another ad starting in like 25 seconds or something. And I can't snooze anymore. I've already snoozed all my snoozes. But welcome in, Westlow. Great to see you here. I noticed that you shouted me out, so thank you so much for that shout out. I think it was yesterday. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but thank you. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, the ad's about to start, so once the ad is over, we'll be back. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm gonna take a quick break. I think we're back from the ad. It's always hard to tell. Westlow says, anyway, I lurk now. Am making a fursuit head at the moment of my Bat VTuber model, and the foam is driving me nuts. Well, good luck with that. It sounds like it's gonna be pretty awesome. Yeah, a bat. That's very interesting. Very cool. Well, enjoy your lurk, and thank you again so much for dropping in. Indiana Crones, welcome in. Sup fam, how are you doing tonight? I'm doing great. I'm assuming we're done with the ad. But yeah, I noticed a bug in Frontrooms, and so I fixed that, and then I just noticed another bug. So we're fixing Frontrooms. Well, thank you so much for the sub. I very much appreciate that. I don't know why the audio didn't happen. The Twitch alert didn't happen. But yeah, thank you. I very much appreciate that. Is it just late or something? I don't know what's going on with that. Of course, homie. Well, I appreciate it so much. You're peaking tomorrow, by the way. Yeah. Tomorrow is Thursday. Gotta get the peak on. I was, I got some practice in, yesterday. I made it about halfway up the Alpine. But I must have taken a wrong turn. And I had a fairy lantern, so I just kept falling and starting over again, but after a while the fog caught up with me. And yeah, I went the wrong way, I think. But yeah, there was lava in the tropics that time. But it was fun. But yeah, so the bug that I'm dealing with here is in the pause menu when we do restart. So what does it say? This one? When the switch is at, I don't even know. One of them. It's hints. Song. Restart. So yeah, it doesn't reset the variable. So variable value. Correct or something. Row. Normal in a row. Normal in a row equals 0. We should probably do not normal in a row equals 0 also. Yeah. What else is it supposed to do? Number of days total. Oh, very first day. All of this stuff is supposed to happen though. So that should be fine, because when you hit the exit or the restart, it sends you back to the title screen. But I just wasn't doing the normal in a row. Oh, it goes to the are you sure? Oh, so I guess we should probably do that there. That makes more sense. Or you know, we should probably just do it at the start. That way we don't have to worry about that. We got a Pokemon in chat. Well, I think that should take care of the bugs. So let's test it again. So it did take me about an hour in the end. Well, hour and 26 minutes, but I've been chatting and took a couple breaks there, so. But yeah, I played a little bit of Forsaken on the N64 Switch online. That would be a fun one to play with people online. But I got really into that game, so I might be too good. But also, it's kind of hard without the Nintendo 64 controller. But I've been using like I've been playing emulators with that one for a while, so I'm kind of used to it. Alright, so we'll turn off the music again. And then we'll change it to 30. And then we'll start from the beginning and just cheat our way through. It might take a while, but gotta test it. This, if I would have just taken the time to do this earlier, then we wouldn't have been having this issue now, right? So days without fail is 1, and we see a 1 there. And so this variable here, anything normal, that's telling us that there is a normality. So we don't even need to look at anything. Now we've got days without fail 2. We're gonna get that number all the way up to 30. And honestly, we could probably turn off the BGM also, or the SFX also, because that's going to be kind of annoying after a while. Anything normal is 1. Three of 30. So far, so good. But yeah, there's about a 50-50 chance of it being normal or not. There is a thing that when you get a whole bunch in a row of one or the other, then it kind of makes sure that you get something different. But I honestly can't remember exactly what the what the number is. We got 5 of 30. Six of 30. Seven. So yeah, when I was testing it earlier, all of a sudden after 10 it went back to 1, and then it was just 1 every single time. And I believe it was still working, but you couldn't see it, and it was confusing, and it made you think like, oh shit, how many more do I have left? How much longer do I need to do this? And then I made a mistake. And I was like, well, I guess it's time to fix it. So the game is hard enough where it tricks me, so I think that's kind of important. But it's like a good number, I feel like. Because I probably could have done some research and been like, how many visual differences can someone remember, and then just like use that like number as like, you know. But I think I'm like just past that number because like it's really hard for me to remember all the differences, and I freaking made them. So I'm making it look easy because I'm cheating here, but when you actually have to go through and scan each room, all of a sudden the little differences, like, wait, does that one have that, or does that other room have that? And I kind of did that on purpose. Like, some rooms have blood coming from underneath the doors, and some of them don't. Like, that one has blood, and if you turn around, that one doesn't have blood, and it leaves you to think, like, wait, does that one have blood? But not all the doors have blood, right? Same with the paintings. Not all the paintings have blood. Like, you'd be like, wait, were they both supposed to have blood? How come that one doesn't have blood? But it's a red herring. But sometimes the blood on this one disappears, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, I don't know what the difference is. So it's, yeah. It's just enough to trick you. Alright, so now we're at 11. Let's see if it worked. Oh, it's working so far, so that's good. I think we did fix the bug. But what if the blood was inside us all along? Well, it's not inside that person anymore. Or this person. Or this person. There's a lot of blood in this game. But it's not even that bloody. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I had to give it a rating, I'd have to give it a, I don't know, some type of not kid rating. Probably like PG-13. Because I know Steam and even Newgrounds make you do like this content survey to cover their legal asses. Got 13 of 30. For instance, there's skeletons, or there's skulls in Pyrotoad, so I had to like mark something on the survey to say that. That was the only thing that was part of the content warning survey that affected Pyrotoad. I was like, well, there is skeletons. Anything normal? Yes. So now we're at 14. So the number is correct. It just felt weird when we cheated to get there. We're not skipping any numbers or anything like that. Oh yeah, isn't showing human bones, even not real ones, a big problem in some cultures? Apparently, yeah. Or at least it's not like a big problem, it's just like you need to be aware of it. Like, it needs to have that content rating. Well, I think China has like its own things, right? And then like most games just don't make it to China because of that. I don't know how it is with Steam, but I feel like you should have Chinese localization if you're going to sell to China. Because there's some games that try to do that apparently, and like China just rips them up, like in the reviews. Because they'll be like, oh, we're a big game, let's try to make some money in China, and China's like, no, that's racist. Anything normal? Yes. No, there was one game where the developer, who I actually have seen around on Twitter quite a bit, like wrote, you know how like sometimes devs like get upset and they'll like make a tweet about like, oh, they're review bombing me. People were review bombing him because of him not having Chinese localization and selling in China, and then he said something that was really disrespectful to Chinese people apparently, and then the reviews got even worse. And kind of a dumb move. I mean, first of all, you shouldn't be disrespectful to any culture if you can avoid it, you know. I mean, I understand that there's some ignorance out there, and like you should do your best to like try to like solve that problem, because that's like a personal problem, right? And then apologize where you can, try to, you know, fix that and move on. But like if you just like dig your heels and like you know, double down on being ignorant, that's pretty fucking stupid, you know what I mean? I don't know, sometimes these people, they have like inflated egos, you know, or just cultural like fucked upness, right? I mean, that's like a big thing in the States right now, you know. But this, I think that particular dev wasn't from the States. They had their own cultural fucked upness to deal with, right? Some of that may really be protectionism there, but hard to say. China is huge, very different market. It is extremely different market. And like how we got onto this subject, a lot of their cultural stuff requires special localization, where you actually, where localization beyond just translation, right? I feel like sometimes it's easy to think that when you're localizing something, you're just translating, but there's a lot more to it. And if Teacher Eduardo was in here, he could fill us in, because he's a localizer, and I think he's a Brazilian localizer. But the thing is that like if you don't know Chinese culture, you might be saying something that's hurtful and disrespectful to their culture, or just won't be understood at all. And there's like certain things that you have to do to like fix that. Like there was like a certain thing about zombies in China, I think, and I can't remember everything about it, so I'd have to like look it up to actually get into it. But something about zombies is weird in China. I remember that much, because zombies is like a big thing, right? But there was some game, I want to say it was Plants vs. Zombies, but I could be wrong. I'm just remembering bits and pieces of a GDC talk, I think. But I don't know. It's worth like looking into, I think. $17. We're getting close. We're over halfway there. Yeah, it's a fascinating topic. It's fascinating, but it's also kind of scary. Like, because as a developer, like, there's a lot of work, right? Not like I don't want to be like, you know, helpful to other cultures, or like, you know, share your art with other cultures, or to be like understood by other cultures. I think all that's important, but it's like a lot of work, especially for something like Game Boy. Trying to localize a Game Boy game, or just translate a Game Boy game, would be painstaking. You would need to make like a different project file for each localization, and then change each of them. And then if you have to like come up with an update or a bug fix, you'd have to do that to each of them, and like that would be like exponentially difficult, like as you expand. Yeah. But it might be worth it, you know, if a game is doing well enough where you want to sell in China, hire someone to help you localize it, and then make the translations and do the localization work. And there is a huge market in China, and if it's a good enough game, they might appreciate it, you know? Yep, honestly, at some point you just can't do it on your own. It may not be worth it because of cost, or it would be a big risk. Exactly. And a lot of these companies that do it really well charge quite a bit. The problem, I think, a lot of times is that people either they don't have the money, or they think they can cut corners, and they do it through either a company that doesn't quite know what they're doing, or they do like strictly fan localizations, or they just like hire someone on Fiverr or something like that, and then you end up with some accidental like disrespectful stuff, and like, yeah, like, I don't know, it can be a minefield, I think. For a lot of you know, devs my size, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you should develop the game so it's easy to do when you get to that point, if you have the technical skills to do that. And then, you know, if you do end up with the funds, then you can hire someone, right? And there's nothing necessarily wrong with doing fan localizations. It's just that you kind of need to pay someone to double check them, which is still cheaper than getting all the work done, you know, like professionally. But you should still have a professional at least like look over it. I mean, if you can afford it. $20. I can tell you, even if you pay a company in the target country to do the localizations, they'll likely still have some odd big blunders, just less likely to be offensive ones. It's true. I mean, everyone makes mistakes. But yeah, hopefully it's not offensive, and hopefully the ends justify the means. And then you can always make updates these days. It's not like back in the day where the cartridge was the cartridge. Although it's funny because Nintendo was big enough where they did actually update some cartridges, and there would be like 2 or 3 different versions of like was Super Mario 3, I think, had a few different versions, and I can't think of any others, but I know there were others. Anything normal? Yes. 22. Worked with some of that before, and it kind of just ends up coming down to talking with the audience client and eventually telling you things like, yeah, that's the term for a romantic meeting, not just a regular business meeting. Yeah, little things like that. And some of that can come down to the person doing the localization not understanding what you were meaning, and other times it's just like a oversight, you know. The original Zelda had some really strange localization issues. Most notably was the old man in the first dungeon said something about like the secret is in the East Peninsula or something like that, but that was a localization and it wasn't in the original, and like, I don't know, it's confusing, but there's like a whole thing on it. Like, I watched a whole like 15-minute video on YouTube or something on it. Yep. Or, you know, people slipping up after a long week of tedious localization of some random thing that they aren't super into. We all have times where we aren't at our top performance. Right. And a lot of the times with Nintendo and the early localization stuff, they were doing it in-house. Or like Nintendo of America would be doing it, right? Which is messed up. Like, why would they be the ones doing it? Wouldn't Japan be doing it and then sending it to Nintendo of America? But apparently that wasn't the case, I guess, all the time. I don't know, maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was some of the time, but maybe that, yeah, I don't know. May
The different era. $24. I don't think we'll make it before the ad break. This was my nightmare version of Pyro Toad, by the way. Notice how he's on fire. We haven't seen Skelly yet, though, this whole time. You've probably heard stories of some of the artwork getting screwed up because Japan wouldn't send any information. Yeah. Well, it looks like the ad is about to start here in a second, so, and I can't snooze it, unfortunately. So hang out for the ad, and I appreciate everyone chilling. Probably about time for me to take a break. I didn't really take a break during the last one. After the ad, we should be pretty close to 30 here. $27. Alright, we're gonna take a little break, and then we'll be right back. Okay, the ad should be almost done here. And we're almost done with this test. Anything normal? Yes. Something is normal. I don't know what it was, but it's normal. 29, almost there. Here it is. 30. 30 of 30. We go through the door. And we've won the Employee of the Month. So that's the super difficult ending. But it's working, so that's good. So yeah, that's interesting. That means that if you beat the game on any difficulty in the current, like, itch version, the one that's online, then you can't beat it again. Because it will only increment. And then it will just go endlessly. But now it goes back to 0. So that bug is fixed. Woot! Make the right choice the first time. It's like life. But yeah, that's good. We fixed it. Let's save it. Pretty happy that I fixed that. I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not noticing it earlier. Like, I thought about it, and then I, like, didn't follow through with the idea of it, and then I, like, couldn't remember if I did it or not. I literally had to check the game's files to be like, oh shit, I didn't do that, did I? I should probably do that. One of those things. It didn't make it onto the list, I don't think, and then it just never got done. I did get a lot of things done. I'm looking at the list of all the things I got done. I think I ended up not wanting to fix this one because I think it's cute that you kind of pet the cat with your finger, and then the skull as well, you kind of pet the skull. So I think that's okay. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit confusing for people, but I think it's okay. But yeah, we should export this. As a ROM. And if we go into the build ROM, so yeah, we've got the Game Boy Color version and then the Game Boy version. So we'll just do 0.2. It'll be our first little patch. But then we can take a look at Sourcehack. For some reason the name keeps slipping my memory. It's been that long since I've really worked on it. I think about 7 months ago I took a look at it and made some minor adjustments. Oh, and then also, like, I think a month and a half ago I did that too. And maybe it was just a month ago. I don't know, this last week these last couple weeks have just flown by. I can't believe it's only been 2 weeks. Or maybe that's the opposite of what I'm trying to say. Though these last 2 weeks have felt like a month. I can't believe it's only been 2 weeks since I put out this game. And then so the next thing we want to do is we want to go to this title screen and change color mode to 0. Right? And then go to settings and then change it to monochrome. And then if we go to the game world now, everything's DMG. So then we can export it as another ROM. And now it'll be a .gb. We got a Pokemon in chat, time flies. Yeah, but it's weird because time went by quick, but it also went by really slow, and it feels like more time should have passed, but it didn't. I don't know. A lot has happened in the last couple weeks. I guess that's why. I've really been kind of like doing a lot, right? I made 2 different itch pages. I made 2 different Steam pages, because when you have a demo page, you need to make that from scratch. You can't just like say like make a demo page of the page that I've got. It's like, no, you need to do everything over again, because Steam is a lot of people haven't actually like worked with Steamworks, so it's kind of amusing, I think, because you would think that with all the money that Steam makes, they would have this like sleek and professional like you know, user interface and all this stuff, but it's like so MySpace era. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, and it's just robust. It's so robust, and there's literally documentation for it, and the documentation is like fucking huge. It's like no one in their like no developer has that amount of time to just read the Steamworks documentation. And then there's the whole like Steamworks API, right? And it's like, it's endless. The type of shit that goes in. You could literally hire someone at a studio and their whole job is to just do Steamworks integration. Yeah, that's what, yeah, exactly, Infinite. There's probably companies with someone on staff just to work on that. Absolutely. That would not surprise me in the least, because it is a pain. And if you like really took the time to learn it, you could do some really awesome Steam integration stuff, except that like you'd also need to be like a developer to implement that stuff. Or like you would have to be like sit down with meetings with the developer and be like, here's your homework, you need to learn this part of the Steam API so we can integrate this feature that I've learned about, and now you're gonna have to learn about it too. It's like you literally need more than just one person knowing the stuff like to get it to work. Yeah, because if it was just one person knowing about it, that's like a recipe for disaster, right? But these indies, they don't have a choice. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I took care of all the Steam stuff for Pyrotoad. I just kind of took it upon myself. Johnny's never really done it before, and you know, it needed to happen quick in order to make it for Next Fest. There's that, and then there should also be an analog version of the color one. So yeah, I gotta go back, change this back to 1, go to settings, change it back to color only, then go to game, and then export as Pocket. But yeah, you know, if I were to like lay all that on Johnny, then we wouldn't have made Next Fest. Johnny wouldn't know how important Next Fest is. Then there was Animal Fest. We made Animal Fest, and that only happened because I knew how to do it, right? Because our game was like, you know, not released yet. It didn't even have a Steam page up. So when they looked over their games that they're going to, you know, assume would be good for Animal Fest, our game wasn't there. So I literally had to have an appeal made. So I had to like send them a message with an appeal and say like, hey, this game has an animal as its main character, which is the criteria for your festival. So please rethink this decision. And they did. And so now we're going to be in Next Fest and Animal Fest, and then we're going to release right before Animal Fest. And so it should actually really help the game, which is fantastic because we were really hoping to have a publisher and to do a cartridge, and that's just not looking like it looks like it's not going to happen unless we do really well and the game actually takes off and a company can say, okay, we can make back, you know, our cost on that, or we do a crowdfunding thing on Homebrew Factory. Are you familiar with Homebrew Factory, Infinite Metal? You might, this might interest you actually. I'll pull it up. Now they were just going through something because of the tariffs, but they found a US distributor that can somehow make this happen for them. You're not? Okay, yeah, so Homebrew Factory is actually owned by Broke Studios. So I can pull that up in a tab too. So yeah, Broke Studio was the publisher that we were looking at. It's taking a second to load here. So Johnny had Palooza Saga launched through Broke Studio. Oh, it looks like the website's down, which is interesting. But the Homebrew Factory website's up. So what's cool is you can get hardware from them. Only NROMs, multi-mapper PCBs, UNROM, and BNROM, which is mapper 34. So yeah, I think this one is the one they used for Mario 3. But yeah, some of the later NES games use this multi-mapper type stuff, which means that it's got multiple mappers in it. That's why it costs so much more than the other ones. But also, you can actually just get games. And so, oh, here's the Analog Pocket. And so yeah, if we take a look, these are actually campaigns, right? And so they need, and these are the ones that aren't finished yet. There's 29 days for this one, and it needs 25 orders at 55 euros for it to go through. It's got 29 days left, so it could make it. I imagine it's a 30-day thing. But like this one's only got 21 days left and it's only got 4 orders, but also it only needs 20. So maybe it'll make it too. So you get to set the minimum requirement, I believe. It's probably based on like how much money is going to go into the production. Because if we take a look at it, we got product details. I don't know. There's not a whole lot there on that. Description. Product contains a brand new cartridge, a brand new cardboard tray, a full color box, the ROM file to play in an emulator, and the original soundtrack MP3. So, got a box, a cartridge, and a tray. And it comes with the digital version. But the PC version is available on Steam, and the digital ROM is available on itch. So if you don't want to do this 50 euro thing, you can go get the game on Steam. Let's see how much that costs. It's $7.99, right? So you don't need to spend €50 on it, but if you want, you can. I do like that it makes both versions available. Yeah, and that's obviously that's up to the discretion of the developer, right? But typically everyone's trying to make as much money as they can, and like it makes more sense to appeal to different people because there is going to be less sales for the physical. That's just the way it is. And if you're, you know, paying attention to that, then you can kind of gauge how many people want it. And the smart thing would be to find 20 people that are interested before you start the campaign, right? And then, you know, maybe do like 5 more, you know, you have to gauge interest. So it would make sense to do a survey beforehand if we were going to do this, and just, you know, find people who played the game, say like, would you be willing to purchase a, you know, a €50 box version with the cartridge itself, and, you know, answer honestly please, because it's going to affect how we run our campaign, that kind of thing. And then people would be like, oh, well, no, I wouldn't, because I only play digital games. Or yes, I would, I'm a collector, I would love to put this on my shelf, even though I'm probably just going to play the digital version. And people buy things for different reasons and stuff. So I think it's really cool. But yeah, they're working with Mega Drive, Game Boy, NES, and Famicom stuff. And I think it's really cool that they have parts. Like you can get a shell and a sleeve for €4 and 30 pence. Is that what that is? No, 30 euro cents. I don't know how you say cents in euro. 0.3, 4 and 0.3 euros. For the Famicom shell. But they don't have any Game Boy stuff, so it makes me wonder how they actually have that stuff made. But I think there's just a tighter grip on the Game Boy carts and the PCBs. I read somewhere, and I'm not sure how accurate this is, that all the new Game Boy carts are actually being recycled from old carts, I guess. But I don't know how accurate that is. That's just something that I read. It had something to do with like they're just not making those chips anymore, and you have to pull them off a old cartridge and put them onto a new PCB or something like that. Yeah, I don't really remember. It sounded kind of ridiculous to me, but from what I understand, that is part of the reason why there's not as many like Game Boy cartridges. I've heard of that happening before with other games, but thought it was still possible to make new ones. Well, it's possible to make new PCBs for NES, so I'm not sure why it's so hard to do it for Game Boy. But then again, maybe someone told me something that wasn't accurate, and I'm just spreading misinformation on accident at this point. But that's why I preface this with I don't really know. But yeah, I haven't done the research myself. And that's something people look for in retro collecting too, reproduction boards inside of shells and repro shells. Right. And that used to be like looked down upon, and now it's kind of like not that different anymore. I mean, obviously it's going to affect the price if it's modern compared to if it's vintage. But if it's still collectible, then people will collect it. You know, if people still want it, if there's a need for it. Oh, it's still looked down on. Well, in terms of like, you know, purity and like vintage, definitely it's looked down upon. But if you're trying to collect a game that isn't a real game, but someone just made a repro shell, then like, and it works, like, then that's cool, right? If you ask me. But at the same time, people, you know, upsell this shit and charge way too much for the stuff when it's something that can be reproduced today. And that's I think that's part of the reason why it's also looked down upon, is because even when it's cool to have, it's not worth as much as they're selling it for. And there's the whole thing of like trying to trick people, right? Because a lot of these repros will be like, I don't know, just for instance, it'll be like link to the past on NES or something like that, right? And like that doesn't exist. You know, it's like, so they like try to sell you something that doesn't exist, and it's like either doesn't work or it's just the, you know, like a ROM hack of Link 2 put on a cartridge that says Link to the Past or something, you know, like something stupid like that. Scamming basically, right? But yeah, I don't know, I'm excited for this, but also we were really hoping to get published by Broke Studio, which I feel like would be a little bit more helpful, I feel like, right? Because like it's curated, then the publisher is saying like, we believe in this product, and then they would also be, you know, putting up the cost, right? They would be paying the overhead. They would take a percentage of it, but they would be putting up the overhead, which is something that Johnny and I have talked about, and we don't really feel like we could afford that. It would be a big pain in the ass to do all of the cart flashing ourselves and to do all the logistics and the shipping and all that stuff. That would just be a huge pain in our ass. And then how do we split that would be the other thing, like, because one of us would end up doing more of the work, and then so how would we actually figure out how much each person gets? You know, it's a lot easier when it's like Steam or something and you get a lump sum and you have transparency and you've got the well, not a lump sum, but you get the royalties from Steam, you know, at the time period that, you know, they're gauging or whatever, and then you have your sales, and you can say, well, we made, you know, 1,000 sales, we split it in half, 50-50, and you get that and you get that, and then we get the next one, it's like, oh, we made another 500 sales, we're gonna split that in half, you get this, you get this. Same thing with itch, you know, they tell you how many sales you get, and then you just split it. It's a lot easier. I will have to talk to my CPA. I don't think there's any like crazy tax stuff, because it's not like he's an employee, you know what I mean? But yeah, I will have to talk to them to make sure there's not anything weird that I gotta manage tax wise. But I'm not too worried about that. Anyways, so this is all good. We've got our 3 different versions. We could make the Windows executable real quick. Which is something I haven't done on stream before yet. But if we go to, let's just open it from here. So documents, GB Studio. Now, so what I did was I downloaded this this GBC exe template, right? And so it's called Godot Boy, and it uses Rust Boy in Godot to make a ROM wrapped in an emulator. So what we'll do is we'll delete the ROM from here, and then we'll grab the 2.0 GBC ROM, we'll copy it, paste it in this folder here, and then we'll just open up the Godot project. And you know, I was actually really surprised at how easy this is to do. Oh, it's opening in a different. So I don't have any background in Godot, so like this was all new to me, right? But there's a few little things you can do. So you've got your project settings, Frontrooms, Normalities. So this is like the name of the project. We can just leave this the same, I think. I didn't bother to write 0 or 0.1 after it, so we could probably just leave that how it is. But then when we go to export, or no, export as, no, that's what I just clicked on. What am I looking for? Project, export, there we go. Then we go to Windows, And then, so this is actually the wrong thing here, which is weird. Okay, so this is the right thing, but it's the wrong name here. That was weird. Front room. Oh wait, that's one word. Rooms. Colon. Oh no, I didn't put a colon there. Normalities.exe. But we'll do. For some reason that one says 1.0, but we'll change it to 0.2. Front rooms, normalities, 0.2. And we can actually set it to be zip, and it will zip it for us. And then for some reason this is wrong too. I don't know why that's wrong. Front rooms. I think we can do a colon here, but maybe we shouldn't. Or underscore 0.2. Alright, so I think that worked. Pio, welcome in, how you doing? Oh, and there's an ad. Sorry. Oh, Pio, you've got a sub. Welcome in, Pio, how you doing? I just realized that, yeah. I hope you're doing well. I don't know why this keeps popping up. I just hit ignore every time. But this should work. Let's find that. So if we go to public, and then Windows, builds. So we've got our 2.0 here. We will extract to there. So now we can see what's in the folder, and it's got its own exe, and it's got the Game Boy DLL, or the Godot Boy DLL. So if we click on it, it should work. Looks like it's working. Cool. So that should fix that. And then we can throw this zip file onto itch when I get to that point. I probably won't do that right now. But yeah, so now we've got all 4 builds with that slight update for the 0.2 version of Normalities. But yeah, welcome in, Pio. We were just doing a quick bug fix on Frontrooms Normalities. That was the most recent game jam I did. And everything was pretty good, and people are like downloading it a lot. And so I was like, you know, I should play this a little bit. And I was testing the hard modes, and there was a bug that I ran into. And then I was testing a little bit more, and I ran into another bug. So I fixed those 2 bugs. And yeah, so the game jam version is a little bugged, but only if you put it onto like away from normal, right? Because there's like normal, and then there's like hard, and then there's like super hard. So if you do hard or super hard, then you'll run into a bug on the game jam version. But now there's going to be this version, so if people are really interested in the playing and not just judging it for the game jam, then they can play the up-to-date version. But I'm gonna leave the game jam version up, so I'm not like cheating or anything like that. But yeah, that's the plan for that. I'll probably do that before I go to bed, and then I should save this. But yeah, got all that done. So basically part of the issue was that I only had the numbers going up from 0 to 10, and then so I made 11 to 20 and 21 to 30. And now that's in the game. So this is good. You can save it, close that. I don't think we need to save it again. But yeah, let's load up source hack. I've been talking about this one a lot, and it's kind of like I've been kind of sitting on this update that needs bug fixing. And so I guess the first thing we should do is play it and see what needs fixing. You know, I just thought of something. My auto shoutouts have not been working lately, and I think it might be because of I haven't logged into Streamlabs in a while. Maybe it logged me out and that's why it's not working. Domo, how you doing? Hoi hoi. Welcome in, Domo. Hope you've been well. Speaking of auto shoutouts, that's someone that I've not added. I'm gonna add you right now, Domo, and see how it works. Because I've been having trouble with it, so I'm gonna try to fix it. Been doing good, awesome to hear. What have you been up to lately? We were just taking a look at Source Hack, so it's doing a little build here. A big build rather. It's a pretty large game at this point. It'll tell us just how large it is once it's done. But yeah, I've been kind of taking a bit of a break, really. Just started Funger 2 and Hollow Knight. I don't know Funger 2. I know a little bit of Hollow Knight. I never played it myself, but I watched the Indie Maniac play it. And there's a Pokemon in chat. I mean, Fear and Hunger. Oh. Is that what they just call it? Do they call it Funger, or was that an actual slip up? Like when you're hangry, right? You're fungry, because you're scared and hungry. Or like that Tool song, Cold and Ugly. When you're cuggly. Yeah, people jokingly call it that. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, it's not a game I've heard of. I kind of want to look it up now. This is the second one. That art style. I don't know if I like it or not. This looks pretty cool, but like that person walking was a little bit weird. I guess it was just the trailer. But yeah, interesting JRPG. I imagine this was made with RPG Maker. Seagoat, welcome in. Oh really? I am surprised. It is a very dark fantasy and yes, RPG Maker game. Yeah, that looks pretty dark. Is he cutting off his own leg? So some of the art looks fantastic, but some of the other art is just a little bit, I don't know. Nice laugh there, Seagoat. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Good to see you, by the way. For some reason, the auto shoutouts just are not working. I thought I'd try to fix it, but it did not fix it. I don't know why that shit's not working all of a sudden. Let's see if we can shout some people out. We'll shout out Domo. And I'm not seeing the... Oh, there it is. It worked. Okay, so that's good. But the automatic shout out did not. I beat the first one recently, getting ending A and B, which are hard to get. Well, awesome work. It seems like it would be a difficult game, just judging by the art. Probably not my type of game, but I don't know. This seems a little too dark for me. I used to really get into that stuff when I was younger, but now not as much. That is fair. Yeah, you know, I used to like only draw really dark stuff. And then during college, I just kind of like got out of it. I don't know. I wasn't as depressed all of a sudden, and I started doing more psychedelic art. I started like going to like hippie festivals and like electronica shows and like bluegrass and stuff like that. I was just gonna give you a shout out, but I appreciate the lurk. Real quick, let's get shout out for Seagoat. Seagoat does pixel art for games. Very cool person. And I hope that your game jam, your Bracky jam went well. I know I played it, but like, I hope that it did well as far as the ratings and stuff. I have to be in the right mood for dark fantasy, but yeah, it's not something I do all the time, or it's something do all the time, but I do enjoy it time to time. Right on. And then let's get a shout out for Pio as well. Pio also does pixel art. I feel like they were doing a game jam at some point, right, Pio? Yeah, I was working on pixel art. I'll put it in the Discord. Yeah, sure, that'd be great. If you want, I can take a look at it. Excuse me. Kind of missed the beginning of it because the game loaded in front of its face. So this is what Pio is working on. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. Looks pretty great. You've got a little bit of everything in there. You got consumables and taking damage, wall jumping, different melee attacks, running and jumping. A little bit of everything. I like the smear for the sword. They're brutally hard games. Oh, sick, that looks so good. Yeah, this looks great, Pio. Kinda matches the theme of the game that we were looking at. But yeah, very cool. Thank you for sharing. Oh, look how many reviews this has. 9,000. Came out in 2018. Yeah, I never heard of it. Bunger. Interesting. Let's take a look at Source Hack here. Okay, good night. Oh, you're taking off? Well, thanks for dropping in. I appreciate being here. And thanks for sharing your work. Have a wonderful evening. But yeah, this is what I'm about to start working on. So at one point, someone that was testing the game told me that they didn't know what to do here. They kept on trying to get the car to move. And they couldn't understand that this was a door. So I put a little arrow there, and I think that should help. Yeah, this is your bedroom. And what you can do from here is you can see, you can wishlist Retro Spaceball on Steam, and then you can click this thing and you can go to level skip, and then you can open up all the levels, and then the level that I want to skip to is actually this E. So this is actually like a really easy puzzle. I don't think I got it working. Oh, maybe it is working. I don't know. Every time you go through, there's a new ingredient that you pick up. At this point in the game, you've already picked up ingredients before, so you know that these are things you need to pick up. The door problem, yeah. I don't know what exactly you're speaking in context to, but I know exactly what you're talking about. One of my mutuals on Twitter posted that what was the name of it? The Oblivion remake crashes when you go through doors, and I was like, my response was door tier problems. Right, so now I've got all the ingredients. If I put them into this thing, I can drink the potion, and now I can leave that area. Right, I can go back to it. And go this way now. Right? So the world just opened up because I ate a potion. I can use my sword. Not a good place to learn to swim. The bridge is out. And then from here it's kind of broken because I haven't made the art for it yet. So it just like wraps you around to the other side. The ferry just above the keyhole. There is an interview talking about game design where you have to think of everything, and they explained it with doors and games. Oh no, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just didn't know what made you bring that up. Because believe it or not, doors are actually really difficult to do. Like, and the more complex the game is, the more complex doors have to become. Yeah, so this is kind of bugged too. I can't pick things up for some reason. Oh, the pointer with the door. Ah, that's right. That's right. Exactly. Sorry, I completely like forgot that I was even talking about that. So actually, things are pretty well debugged at this point. You can't climb yet. But the game just ends right here. Like once you get to this point, it's like a dead end and it just like leaves you not knowing what to do. So I need to like come up with a clear ending saying like, hey, you've reached the end of this update. Basically. But also, like I said, the art needs to be done. Because like you can see, you can literally see I'm just using this as like placeholder art to make it to like traverse the map. And then it just like spits you out inside the wall because it's not lined up perfectly and it doesn't make sense. And like you can do the same thing here, go through the wall and now you're in, like, oh, yep, somehow that actually worked, but it doesn't work there. You died. And so when you die, it doesn't start you in the right position either, so that's an issue right there. There is a Pokemon in chat. There's no way to swim yet. This leads you over here. But if you look at the engine, all that exists is these screens here. So like if you go down here, it sends you up here. Actually, it sends you here because I hadn't made these ones yet. So I need to make more art so that way these four aren't the exact same. Because like it makes sense to me that they're like that, but like for anyone else, that's not gonna make sense. The pepperoni cross. I had that sub I don't think I do anymore. I think that's a sub one, right? Or is that like a Twitch one? Oh no, it is a Twitch one, never mind. Oops. Wrong keyword. Yeah, it's global, sorry. For some reason I thought that was like someone's sub that I had. I usually never look at the global ones, but recently I was looking at them and I was like, there's some weird ones in here that don't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, but I do have some new subs that I haven't looked at. Fried Squashua. This is a weird one. A twerking squash. I don't know. I need the music back. Yeah, a lot of them are really old. Yeah, it's like they're like jokes that I never really got in the first place, even though I was like around probably when these memes came out and stuff, but like I wasn't like a big Twitch user. And like a lot of them are like based on like old like Twitch people. And like I just don't know, you know? Just don't know them. Now I'm just like looking through them. Pineapple on pizza, yeah. A lot of them are like that. I like pineapple on pizza, not to be inflammatory. Not that long ago I made a mango pizza where I put that one's also good. I think that's from Elden Ring, right? I mean, I don't really know because I never really played Elden Ring, but I feel like that was like a boss or something in Elden Ring. But yeah, recently I made a pizza that, because I put a lot of hot peppers on my pizzas. Like I usually do 2 serrano peppers on the pizza. A gluten-free pizza, of course, because I can't eat gluten. But either way, it's still pizza to me. And then so I use hot peppers, onions, lots of garlic, and then mango. I'm here to frown at mango on pizza. Well, I appreciate you coming in with the frown. No, it was actually really good. See, you like sweet and salty, right? Well, cheese is salty and mangoes are sweet. So I diced up a mango and put it on there, baked it, and it was actually really good. And because of the hot peppers, it was almost like a mango salsa on top of the pizza. With the onions and the garlic, it was actually quite good. I'm Canadian, we invent pineapple on pizzas, so by law, I have to like it. I didn't realize that was a Canadian thing. But I know that usually in the States, we put Canadian bacon with the pineapple on the pizza. But in Canada, you don't have Canadian bacon, right? You just have like breakfast ham or something like that, right? It does sound good. Which, the mango salsa on pizza? It's fucking fire, man. You just came here to frown about it, and it's good. Yeah, we just call it back bacon. Ah, okay, back bacon. Yeah, we don't mess around with that. Our bacon is bacon. We don't have any other type, well, except for turkey bacon, which is definitely not bacon. Although turkey bacon's not terrible. I like turkey. I eat a lot of turkey. I feel like I need to make art for these ones. But I feel like this could throw you back at the old room. There's somewhere in here there's you completed the demo room. There it is. The old thank you room. So we could send the player there. That's probably not a bad idea. But we need to get the coordinates for where the player should be, because we don't want it to be at 0, 0. If we turn on connections... There it is. We'll just put the player there. And then here... This one... I'm like following this blue line. That leads over there. Maybe it should lead somewhere else now. I guess we could put it back into the ferry. What is this one called? F Cave 3. So now when you exit the door, it sends you back over here. But I'm pretty sure that that little character, excuse me, this little character here tells you like, hey, you played the demo. Thank you so much for playing. This is the GB Compo version, so I guess we don't need that anymore. This is the end of... I need to turn off these connections. The connections slow things down like crazy. The end of this update. I'm planning to make more levels. Make more soon. So follow me on itch.io at Rico. Yeah. So now when you get to the end of the demo, it at least tells you like, hey, you've reached the end of the demo. I feel like that should be grammatically correct there. But yeah, as far as putting stuff on pizza, I was literally thinking about putting strawberries on pizza today, and I was like, you know what? That might be pushing it. That might be too far. I was only thinking because I had a lot of strawberries. I was like, I need to eat all these strawberries, but I need to eat pizza also. But there was a sale at the grocery store for it was like $2.50 off a jar of chili soaked olives, chili soaked green olives. So I think that's gonna go on my next pizza. I'm a big fan of green olives, especially like the gourmet ones, but they're always like $6 for this tiny little jar. Well, if it's fucking like, however, what did I say? Like, I don't even remember what I said. Whatever it was off, it made it worth it because it was only like $3 then or something like that. But yeah, we do have another ad break starting, and I can't snooze it. I've already used all the snoozes. I think next we need to make some more level art for this. Although it is getting close to my bedtime. Well, I'll try to push it a little bit so I can stay up and play Peak tomorrow. Because that's important. Of course, it's a downhill slope from here. I'm just gonna keep pushing my sleep. Although I slept for like 9 hours today, so I don't know. Ads starting now. I'm gonna take a little break, get some water. Okay, I think the ad is over. So this is what I've got so far, I think. Let's close this and zoom out. So yeah, essentially I've copied this and put that there. It took me a while to do this, but I made a grid of how everything should be laid out, so that way I can, like, you know, make things how they're supposed to be. So that way it, like, lines up and you can't just, like, go through walls and stuff. However, I wanted to do something really interesting where every, like... So, like, that first room, when you went into this one, you came out here, and it was like this puzzle, and you had to find all of the ingredients before you could move on to the next ring. Well, I want to do that again for each, like, concentric ring around the center, until eventually you have to, like, go through all of these ones around the outside, but, like, there's going to be all types of little things blocking you. So that's my plan, but it's kind of a big plan, right? But also, I was like mapping them out and, like, putting collisions in and all of this stuff. So and then some of them don't even have names. But this is 0, 0. So this is 1, 0. This is 0, 1. And this is 1, 1. This is -1, -1. This is -1, 0, right? Or I think I flipped these two. It goes X and then Y, right? Like charting a point on a graph. But yeah, I feel like the easiest way to do it would actually just be, like, to merge it all down. So I think I'm gonna make a, like, saved as and call it merge, and then that way I'm not, like, losing any work that I did, like, putting everything in layers. But I honestly don't think that's going to make things any easier for me, as far as drawing it. Like, maybe keep the grid on its own layer, but everything else I feel like should be merged down. I guess we'll just do flatten. Oh, well, we can't do that because of the grid. So we'll turn off the grid and then do flatten visible. Then turn the grid back on. And yeah, so now everything's flattened. In order for it to work how I wanted it to work, we will have to change this one up here. And we can make new layers to help us, right? So, like, for example, we could go back to making, like, or I guess we'll use blue for, like, a path, and then we'll just make a square that's the size of the player, right? And then now we have the player path there. And obviously we don't need to worry about the center tile, but this will help me, like, determine, like, where you can go through, at least vertically here. And we can, you know, make it less transparent. So yeah, what we'll want to do then is to start adjusting this flattened layer. And we can just kind of do one of those. And then delete that. Put that there. And then just remove these. Except that we need put them back. Which doesn't really work with what I was doing before with like the skull, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be a skull. It's upside down anyways. Benny Maniac, welcome in. How you doing? Oh, that's kind of you. Glad to hear you're doing. I'm just kidding. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hope your stomach feels better after that. I know how it can be sometimes. Oh no, not more. Oh, by the way, there's a new thing.
Because anti-medical ass just shoot the bitch. Oh, fuck off. Because anti-medical ass.
Anti-firing defense is activated. One of my viewers did the audio for that. She was adamant about antimatter blast having some curse words in there. So you don't actually have to fuck off or think that I'm referring to you as a stupid bitch, because that wasn't my intention. That was her doing. And the whole antimatter blast thing was hers also. But the air freshener I thought was a good idea. And we just kind of ran with it. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope you didn't poop yourself. How is hey, did you move on to Silk Song, or are you still doing Hollow Knight? I am on Silksong, played it Tuesday, raged a tad, lol. Oh, that's right, I did see you play it. I did see you play it. Now that you said it like that, I'm like, yeah, I should have known. I was there. I saw some of that. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Or maybe I didn't see you play it. I don't know, everyone's playing it, so it's hard for me to remember who I actually saw playing it at this point. Like, literally everyone's playing it. Game is tough. Thought about flipping my desk. Jeez. I'm glad you didn't. A good desk is hard to come by these days. Right? Why does that not work? I guess it's close enough. But yeah, it sounds like a tough game. I saw one meme where it was like, it says you've been playing Silk Song for 20 hours. You must have beat it already. And then it was like a gif of them playing a gambling game where we're like talking to an NPC that had dice and saying, I've been doing this the whole time. But yeah, we're working on source hack. I found a bug in Frontrooms, so I fixed that, and then I made a bunch of builds for that, and I'm gonna upload those before I go to bed. But I figured I'd start working on this a little bit, and I kind of forgot where we were at, but I fixed a lot of the bugs like a month or two ago in source hack, and so I just need to like finish the art on this area. So that way players aren't like completely lost because there's all this placeholder art. All the enemies do 2 hearts of damage now. That was super rare in the first game. Yeah, I saw something about them updating it. But the update made it sound like they were gonna make it harder, and it confused me. Did you hear about that? I don't have the tweet on hand, but someone like, or it was like a Steam comment, like a developer comment or something like that, saying that they were like, they were gonna redo some of the health stuff. Oh, they're making early game stuff easier, I guess. Ah, that makes sense. But yeah, a lot of people are saying that like it's like it's so much more popular than the first one, which is crazy because the first one was really popular. But it, like, you know, because it was almost like a cult following for the first one, so it took a little bit of time before it caught on to the mainstream, being like, by the way, everyone should play Hollow Knight, and then like before long everyone was talking about it, right? But with this one, everyone was talking about it before it released, you know what I mean? So there was a lot of people who hadn't even played the first one saying, well, I'm gonna play this game that everyone's talking about, and everyone was like a lot of the negative reviews were saying like, this game is too hard for casuals, yet everyone's going to be playing it. So like they felt bad for their friends who they told to go play it, right? Like, you should play this game, but it's too hard for you. Yeah, RIP to the new players. Exactly. But what are you gonna do? But yeah, at one point I was like gonna like draw all this out on paper, and I just didn't, and I still don't really know. I'm just kind of like winging it. Like it would almost be easier if I just like removed this. And this, because like they're literally just placeholder art. And what I should do is set all this stuff up in tiled. But this isn't so bad. Hey, Raid! Golden character design, welcome in. How you doing? Last Plane software and game development, fantastic. If you've got anything you'd like to share in chat, definitely drop a link. Links are allowed. I'd like to see what you're working on or what you've been up to. If you've got something on Steam or Itch, or if you just got images or something, I'd love to see it. Or at the very least, talk about what you're working on if you feel like it. But if you gotta go, I understand that too. Greetings, thanks for the welcome. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for the raid. I very much appreciate you sharing your community with us. We're working on a Game Boy game right now. It's on itch, but it's like an early version, and like there's a update that I've been kind of like sitting on because I needed to like finish it. And so now I'm just putting some of the finishing touches on it, and so that way I can put it online. But yeah, we were working on a different Game Boy game earlier, and Indie Maniac says Rick makes lots of Game Boy games. Yes, this is true. Gotta support each other. Yeah, absolutely. So if you've got anything you want to share, also that this goes for your community as well. If your community is artists or game devs and they have links they want to share, I'm always down to see what people are working on. I like to promote other people as much as I can, and I just like, you know, seeing what's out, seeing what's new, seeing what's popping, what's fresh, you know. Do people still say that? What's poppin'? What's poppin'? I don't think anyone really ever said that. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of Game Boy stuff the last couple years. This is very true. I've been learning GB Studio, and this is actually the first game that I started with GB Studio, and it's actually a much bigger game than what I'm showing you. Like this is the city. And then you can see I've only actually worked on this corner, but it's big enough that it's been like enough to get me through. Tough to know what to share. I'm working on so many things. Don't want to throw too much at you. Well, whatever you think, I'm interested. Or if you just want to talk about your stuff, that's cool too. But yeah, this actually started as a game jam in 2023, and I haven't been working on it full time or anything. I've released numerous projects since, actually. But yeah, I was like knee deep in the Unity project. Oh, and thank you for putting the hat on me, Indie Maniac. I've got tea and water on my hat, and so yeah, I was like knee deep in other people's code because I was managing a team, like a Unity developer team, working on this game called Little Screamies. And then I was like kind of sick of doing Unity stuff, even though I started Unity in like 2013. So at that point I had been doing Unity development for 10 years, and it wasn't like I wasn't doing Unity stuff, because I was doing it. I was like debugging other people's code and stuff like that, and a lot of the development myself on that project. A lot of the art, the programming, the game design, pretty much a little bit everything, audio, you know, like I had my hands in everything in that game, and in the guts of what other people wrote, which was really kind of stressful. And that was my first time managing a team also. So I wasn't really able to work on my personal Unity projects at the same time, because it was just too much to dip into, like the architecture that I had to learn, and then my own architecture which was vastly different. Oh, thanks for sharing the link. Let me pull that up in the browser. The game I was working on tonight is a unique tower defense game, started as a game jam project also, and it can be wishlisted on Steam. Well, let's take a look at this. We got dads. Use your special ops units to construct base facilities and towers to protect them from the ever-increasing threat of alien invaders. In this tower defense game with a city-building element, research their weakness and develop defenses before mankind runs out. Cool. There was a tower defense festival recently, wasn't there? Or is it coming up? I can't remember. But I wonder if you got involved with that. Let's take a look at your trailer here.
We're awaiting your directive. Orders received. We've reached the coordinates. Construction is underway.
Coordinates reached. Commencing with construction.
Let's go.
The team is in need of some direction. Let's get those ops guys cracking on a new power generator. What you say? Well, if we can't just build more facilities, I suppose it makes sense to improve what we've got. The data has provided some interesting results. We're tracking a massive wave of unfriendlies en route to Year 20. We've engaged the enemy! We've got a soup sandwich out here, sir!
Well, I really like the voice acting. I think that's fantastic work there. You didn't? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, this looks very interesting. I'll shoot you with a wish list there. So let's read about a tower defense game with city building element. Voices, alien attributes, and attack patterns are all varied and randomized each game so that each experience is a unique one. Operating from behind the radar screen, in this monochromatic display, you'll direct special ops units to construct towers in the locations you choose. Keep an eye on your power, support, and supply, as every new build will use and require your available resources. If you run short of supplies, power, or support, you'll need to construct anywhere you'd like additional structures to the base you are trying to defend from alien invaders. In a game driven by audio over visuals, you'll get check-ins and updates from facilities and units and make decisions on how to best build a basic defense and learn more about the attackers to improve defense capabilities. Cool. I noticed there wasn't any music in the trailer. Is that something that you're still working on? Is the music stuff? The voiceover sounded fantastic. It's meant to focus on audio rather than graphics. Thanks, appreciate the support. Absolutely. Also been adding voice command functionality so you can play hands-free. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds like it would be difficult. I don't know anything about voice commands. But yeah, what engine are you using to make this? Let's see where the website takes us. Oh, to the Steam community. Oh wait. goldencharacterdesign.com. There it is. Building in Unity, very cool. No music will be in the game. It's going to be chock full of voice clips. Wow, no music. That's an interesting choice. Oh, targeting in 2025. Is that still the case? Are you still shooting for 2025? Hundreds of clips in there already. Cool. Thanks for the hat, Indie Maniac. Cool, so it looks like you got some other projects, or at least one other project. And what does DADS stand for? Tons of projects, just one released. What are stick figure game and the panda puzzle? What was it called? Pandemonium puzzle or something? Pandemonium puzzle. Are those also releases? Division for Advancement of Defense Strategy. Ah, interesting. Did you come up with the acronym first, or did you come up with the title and then make an abbreviation of it? Sorry, I'm just full of questions at this point. But yeah, thank you for sharing your project. Let me shoot you a follow on Twitch. Sort of the same time. Okay, okay. Well, I very much appreciate you dropping in. If you've got things that you need to do, or you know, anything like that, I totally understand. If you wanted to hang out, I totally appreciate that as well. Pandemonium Puzzle is my release. It's a match 3 game. Oh, cool. I always wanted to make a match 3 game, but I always thought it would be kind of difficult. One of my Game Boy developer friends made a match 3, like a columns like. I don't know if you know columns, but he made a columns like for Game Boy, and I was just blown away by their ability to do that. Stick figure game is a 2-player turn-based strategy. It's maybe 70% complete. Ah, okay, okay. Well, I got really into Worms. I don't know if that was one of your inspirations for that. But also when I was a kid, I used to do stick figure battles on paper and do like little level designs of like little stick figures fighting each other. I actually came across one the other day. I thought they were all gone, but my mom saved one of them, which is crazy. Yeah. But yeah, this game that I'm working on is kind of like an adventure hacking game with like some puzzles and some RPG elements, but no like actual turn-based combat or anything like that, even though it looks like it would. But there is action-based combat. So maybe, oh, and you know what, there is actually a turn-based combat part too, I forgot. There's one single enemy that you fight here in this black room, because I wanted to do something with the background, but I couldn't get it to work with the way that the text were like scrolling on the screen. So I'll have to figure something else out with that. It came from a game my brother and I made up where we used to play on a sheet of graph paper. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, me and my brother did the same thing, except we didn't play a game. We just drew the pictures and pretended that it was a game. We didn't actually design a game. We just designed the worlds and the characters and the levels. What engine am I using? This is GB Studio. It's a pretty awesome no code needed Game Boy engine. You can code as much as you want, but you don't actually need to do any coding, which is actually pretty interesting. When I started this project, it didn't have as many of the features, so I did do a little bit of coding, like on the title screen, for instance. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm a designer at heart, so coding isn't like the easiest for me. Somewhere in here. Oh, I did it in this actor, that's right. So there is a little bit of code, right? Like super basic shit, but most of it is just relying on these built-in events, which are, it's basically a type of visual scripting that it's like a stack. Instead of like a graph, it's just like a stack, right? And then this is actually really simple. And I even put comments there because this was like the first thing I ever did in GB Studio, because I had like no idea what I was doing. So I literally commented the comments. I copied the comments of someone else and their code, and just did the most basic tile swapping thing. And then they made a built-in event for it later, so you don't even need to use this code to do that. But it works either way still, which is nice. But yeah, this is a C-based engine, so if you wanted to, because it's open source, you can eject the engine and then rewrite the engine if you want. So that's really cool. I don't know how to do any of that shit, but it'd be cool to one day learn, I think. But honestly, I can't even figure out the JavaScript stuff to write plugins, so it's like, I don't know. Like, I used to do a little bit of JavaScript back in the day, but I've kind of gone down the C# route, and even with that, I am more of a game designer than a programmer for sure. I learned just enough to make my game designs work, and then anything that's outside of that, like, I'm just not interested. I tried doing a little bit of shader code for a bit, but as soon as the visual shader graph stuff came out, I was like, well, that's definitely what I want to do. But yeah, we do have an ad coming up, and I can't snooze it, so sorry about that in advance. But thank you so much for dropping in. If you're not here when the break is done, I totally understand. But if you want to hang out, I appreciate that. And I'm gonna keep working on the art for this game. No worries, we'll hang through ads. Awesome, awesome. But yeah, this game is just an amalgamation of all these different things I wanted to learn. Oh, I'll talk about it after the ad. But yeah, a lot of different stuff going on here. But yeah, the ads should be ending shortly if they haven't already. I can never tell. What is the piece that I'm looking for? Do I not have the piece that I'm looking for? I think I need to make a new piece. I'll just rotate this one. Like that. RPG game? No, so this is actually a hacking adventure game. So it kind of it tries to like subvert expectations a little bit. So if we go into the engine, it starts as like this weird puzzle game thing. So when I first started with the game jam, it started in this. Well, actually it started in the computer, right? So you started in the computer, and then you boot it. There's like a loading screen, and then there's like level select and all this other stuff. But the first level was this, and it's actually like a puzzle game where you collect these things, and then you can unlock this, and then when you pass down this thing, it goes into like, it says you've been hacked, and then you go to one of these fight scenes, and these little fireballs come from the edge, and like this thing is moving around and spawning fireballs, and then you collect these things, and then you get out of being hacked, and then you can finish the level by going through the portal. And then it starts the next one, and then the next one, and they get a little bit more and more difficult until this one is, not only is it super difficult, but it's got this person at the end, and when you click on them, they say prepare to meet your doom, and then they put you in an impossible hacking room, this one, where you can't even win. There's no winning from it. So when you fail, it sends you back to this one, and then they say something else like, oh, expecting company, and then at that point it kicks you out of the computer and sends you over here to your bedroom, and there's your computer there, and then the robots are like storming your apartment because they're like onto you, like being a hacker, and then you have to talk to your neighbor to get the key for this room, and then you go across and you make your way out across the roof. So all of a sudden you have to go into the city, but you're just like able to go from here to there, and then you go through the other side of the apartment, and there's like a cat, and then you make it outside, and then you're back out in the city again. And so there's like a little bit of a story that starts unfolding, and now you're no longer stuck inside the computer. You're stuck in the confines of this like big open world looking city that's actually quite linear. That's quite the concept. How do you pitch that in one line? Oh, there's no pitching this. It's basically not what you expect. It's literally not trying to be a commercial success. It's like me just learning the engine and having fun, and people like it. People are enjoying it. Surprisingly, a French blogger wanted to interview me on it, and it actually gave it some press. I mean, not like a crazy amount of press or anything like that, but people are downloading it, and I haven't touched it in months. So like, I figure like I'm sitting on this major update, I might as well debug it and like put it out for people, even though it might be years before I actually finish the game. And even then, I feel like it wouldn't actually be like finished. It would be like a cliffhanger ending because I ran out of cart space and now I'm working on the second cart. You know what I mean? Because you can only fit 4 megabytes on the Game Boy cartridge. Granted, I'm not even at 4. I don't know. I'm at 1.1. So like it hasn't even gotten to like the 4. It still says 1.1 of 2. Once you reach past 2, it says how many you're using of 4, because there's like 2 different sizes, or there's 3 different sizes you can do: 1 megabyte, 2 megabyte, or 4 megabyte. Only available on Game Boy. Well, no, it will be available on PC, but only as a Game Boy game, right? If that makes sense. I've been using Godot to wrap executables with an emulator, like an emulator and the ROM together, so that way you can play it on Steam or whatever, or on a PC, or even on a Steam Deck, right? which I feel like is probably the best way to make money off of Game Boy games right now, because there's not a whole lot of people actually, like, I mean, there's like a small niche group of people that buy the actual hardware or play the actual ROMs or get into that like homebrew scene, but there's a lot more people on Steam that would be more interested in playing something that's made to look like a Game Boy game and not even realize that it's a Game Boy game, and then be like, oh, this is a Game Boy game, oh cool, you know. But like I said, commercial success isn't really my plan for this particular project. I mean, it would be nice if it works out in the end, but right now I'm just kind of like doing something because it's fun. I've got other projects for commercial stuff that are a little bit more together. And if you'd like, you can check out, if I turn myself into Pyrotoad, it should show the Steam link for Pyrotoad. So yeah, there's the Steam link and itch link for Pyrotoad, which the demo just released. But yeah, we're gonna be doing Next Fest. This is a game I'm making with Johnny Manjiro, so it's not just me. I did the art and most of the music, and it is a Game Boy Color game, but it does work as an executable, and it works on Steam Deck, and there is a demo. You can play it. The demo is like 12 of the 35 levels that are in the full version. But it's a precision puzzle platformer, kind of like Super Meat Boy or something like that. And it's very challenging. I can't even beat it. But the game designer and level designer is a Super Mario ROM hacker, so he's really good at these types of games. He kind of knows that demographic a little bit better than me. But yeah, I did the art, and I did all of the sound effects and about half of the music or so. But yeah, I'm not thinking it's going to be a huge commercial success or anything like that, because it's a Game Boy Color game. But, you know, it is doing okay as far as, like, we just put it up this month. And, or like the very end of August, we just put the Steam page up. And it's already got nearly 100 wish lists, which isn't too bad for being just like a couple weeks. And it's been kind of, I mean, I've been streaming it, the development, but we haven't really been marketing it like crazy, and it's just the two of us, and neither of us have like a really big following or anything like that. So yeah. But you know, that one interview that I had with the French blogger actually has been helping quite a bit, because he was interested in all of my games, not just Source Hack. He found me through Source Hack, and then he's like, oh, you've got all these games, let's talk about all of them. And he's really excited for Pyrotoad, so he's been streaming it. A couple other people have streamed it. One Super Mario World ROM hack player. Another friend of mine who does retro games. Actually, someone just streamed it today, which was actually really cool. We got some great feedback. But yeah, we're going to be doing Next Fest, and then we're going to release it shortly after that, like maybe a month after Next Fest. And then, yeah, like early November is what we're planning, November 3rd. And then right after that, there's this Animal Fest. Oh, thank you for the wish list. I very much appreciate that. There's this Animal Fest, and so hopefully that helps a little bit. We'll have a 10% off sale for the first 2 weeks of launch during that Animal Fest, so hopefully that helps. And then after that, it's gonna be like, you know, do some marketing and stuff like that, and hopefully we make back our recoupable fee, and then some, hopefully. You never know, right? Hey, Taco Crepe, welcome in. I don't know why my shoutouts aren't working, Taco Crepe. What's up with that? But everyone should check out Taco Crepe. They do art, pixel art for VTubers and emotes and graphics for streamers and stuff like that. Really cool person. They're killing it on Twitter. and they just have some really fantastic art, really cool stuff. Well, welcome in, Taco Crate. Also, they're a great mod. Nice. I hope it goes well. Well, thank you. I appreciate that golden character design. And I hope your project goes well too. But yeah, we're making some level art, Taco. This is for Source Hack. Indie Maniac, thank you for the hat. Thank you for the shout out. Hope everyone's doing well. I should also give a shout out to Indie Maniac. I don't know why my shout outs aren't working automatically. It leaves me like forgetting that I should do these things because I'm used to them being automated. But yeah, everyone should follow the Indie Maniac. They do a lot of cool stuff. They stream a lot of horror games and indie games and a lot of like getting over it style games. So hopefully they give Pyrotoad a chance. It's got that getting over it type vibe a little bit, except precision puzzle platforming style. I know they're deep in the Silk Song right now, but maybe one day they won't be. Golden Character Design says, hey, thanks for taking the time to look at some of my stuff and chatting. I should mosey off the bed. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you talking about your stuff. And it's great to meet you. I will be looking for your social media stuff for sure. But yeah, sleep well. Take care. LOL, so many playing Silk Song right now. Great success story there. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's like, they're like geared to be like double A at this point, right? I mean, they were probably already there beforehand. This whole 7 years of development has been like fully funded, you know, through their own means, which is impressive for sure. I think that's only 3 people too. That in itself is impressive that they didn't expand. It would be so hard not to expand when you have like billions of dollars as a budget. I don't know if they have billions, but they probably have multiple millions of dollars for the budget, you know what I mean? I don't know, let's look up how much did Hollow Knight make. Over 15 million copies were sold. Two years ago, someone said it sold around 3 million copies across all platforms. Hollow Knight cost 15, so that's at most $45 million. But that's all skewed because this person doesn't know what they're talking about. Games go on sale, and that's when they make their most sales. So just because it costs $15 doesn't mean you make $15 for every copy. Not to mention, Steam takes a cut, a pretty big cut, right? So, however, they probably did make at least $45 million because of the fact that it sold over 15 million copies. Hollow Knight was also kickstarted, so they got it crowdfunded and then made a shitload of money. Wow, yeah. So they didn't even have to worry about the development in the first place. Yeah, you know, the world was different back then. Back when people trusted Kickstarter games. You know? You could literally just say like, hey, could we have some money to make this dream game? And people would be like, wait, you have a dream game? Yeah, take my money. And then if it was funded, if it was like overfunded enough, then you could make that game like really, you know, amazing. I mean, of course, money doesn't make games amazing, but it could, right? LOL, if only. Still only 3 people at the studio. I just looked it up. Yeah, that's impressive for sure. Like, it's not like overly surprising, but it's definitely impressive. Like, don't get me wrong, if I had the money, I would hire some people because it's just me. But I would keep it to a minimum because you get 30 people, and then all of a sudden you gotta cut everything 30 ways somehow, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be even, but like you gotta cut it. Look forward to next time. Absolutely. Thank you so much again. I appreciate it. Take care. But yeah, like the problem is keeping a team together is like fucking impossible. I mean, I don't know, Indie Maniac, have you ever been in a band before? I don't know if you play music or not, but like being on an indie team is a lot like being in a band, or it's like a D&D party, right? You know how hard it is to get a D&D party together? People cancel, right? And like things don't always go the way it was planned, and then people leave, and then you gotta start a new party with different people, right? It's the same thing with game dev. I have given to like 50 plus quick starters. Some of them disappeared or went dark, lol. Actually 41, I just looked. Wow, that is really cool. Well, I appreciate you doing that. I know that you haven't funded me directly, but the fact that you support indies is a good thing. So I, as an indie, I appreciate that you're supportive to other indies. It's really important that, you know, we do that. So, and I have never done a Kickstarter. I've never helped fund any Kickstarters. It's not something that I'm super interested in doing. I'm more of the beta tester type. Like, I love helping devs, don't get me wrong, but I don't have a whole lot of money to just throw at projects and hope that it works out. Not that that's like a bad thing. Is that even legal? Well, that's the whole thing about Kickstarter, right? Is that it is legal to do that. I had a few fail too, which was disappointing. Some people take the money and run. Yeah, Indie Maniac and I were both friends on Twitter with some WarioCat games, and they vanished with the money. And the last post on their Kickstarter was them saying that they had to have like teeth extracted or something like that, and like that they were like trying to hustle and make a mobile game to make even more money, and then they just vanished. And it is really sad for everyone involved, for the dev, for the people who you know don't get to play the game that they wanted to play, you know, for everyone involved. It's sad. Super unfortunate. Oh, that's exactly what Taco Crave wrote. That's super unfortunate. I didn't mean to read it, but I was gonna say that, and you wrote it also. Maybe I read it first, and then I was just like, yeah, that's what my brain's thinking too. But that is very much the truth. But yeah, that's part of the problem with why people don't really trust Kickstarter anymore, is that like so many devs have just like taken the money and run. And not just devs, all types of products that happens too. I feel like you're better off with a physical game if you're gonna do a Kickstarter. Not saying you can't do a digital game Kickstarter, but like if you have a physical product, that's going to work better for Kickstarter. Like if I was gonna do my card game, I would try to do a Kickstarter for it, right? I would at least try. You know, I'd come up with the prototype, maybe print some cool stuff, have some prototype prints made, spend, you know, a few grand on a Kickstarter campaign, and then hope that it succeeds. And if it does, then I could get like, you know, whatever it takes to actually have copies of the game printed and made for the people who paid for it. And then if it does well enough, then I'll know that I can like, I can find a publisher, or I can like self-publish, right? And know that it'll make its money back. That's a really hard thing to do when you're just like doing it out of your home. He's never coming back after that because of burning so many bridges, so you can only really do that once. Well, you say that, but look at AAA. You know what AAA does? They just change the company name. and then they do it again. Not necessarily like Kickstarters, but they'll burn people. They'll burn people over and over again, and not just customers, but also developers. Publishers are notorious for burning developers, and it's so much that they have a name, like they're notorious, and then they change their name, and then they do it again, and no one knows that it's the same people doing the same thing. It's pretty terrible. But yeah, there was a very big Kickstarter. I bet I could find it. Yes, the Feel Real. I'll find it. All right, I want to draw everyone's attention to this Kickstarter. This is the first time that my eyes were open to the possibilities of what can happen if things go wrong with a Kickstarter. So I put the link in chat in case you guys want to check it out yourself. But 561 backers pledged $140,000 and $140,794 to help bring this project to life. It did not come out. The FDA shut it down. They literally didn't even see if they could do it first. And this was back when VR was still in its infancy, clearly. I mean, look at the picture, right? It's got a VR gear. So yeah, it had smell, wind, water mist, heat, and vibrations all on underneath your HMD, right? It just magnetically snapped on. 255 cents available. Lightweight design, only 7 ounces. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth enabled. Immediate connectivity. 4 hours non-stop, long-lasting play. Micro coolers, feel the wind and cool off. Micro heaters, experience the heat. Dual force feedback, haptic motors. Water mist, feel the rain on your cheeks. And the thing that held it back was this, the aromas and smells. Experience over 255 unique aromas and combine them to create this create out of this world scentscapes that will teleport you to anywhere you imagine. So like, notably the worst feature of it was what set it back, right? And they didn't even bother to like remove that feature and try to sell it anyway. Like, cause really, who needs to fucking smell video games? Most of the games that I play would smell like shit, right? Like, imagine playing Helldivers 2. Not that that's VR, but like, I don't know, Alien Isolation, Subnautica, like the forest. Imagine what the forest would smell like, right? Rotting corpses and shit. Yeah, I don't need to smell that. I don't need to smell mutants that have never bathed. You know, I mean, it might be cool to smell like pine in the forest or whatever, but it wouldn't be that immersive, right? Hollow Knight while fighting the dung defender. There you go. Exactly. No one needs to smell video games. It's a ridiculous thing. Look at these. Perfume. Everyone wants to smell perfume. I fucking hate the smell of perfume, by the way. Barbecue. Like I need to be hungry while I'm eating. Burning rubber, because people love the smell of burning rubber, right? Burning wood, like that might be interesting, except that it never smells just like burning wood, right? Here, tiramisu. How often does that happen in video games? Like, seriously. A rose. Like, what, you gonna just sit there and smell a rose so you can get this thing puffed at your face? Espresso. Like, personally, if I smell coffee, I am taking off that headset and I'm drinking coffee. Gunpowder. I don't even know what gunpowder really smells like. It smells like fireworks, maybe. Well, that's like sulfur. I don't even know what gunpowder smells like. The forest, yeah, okay, forest might be the one good use. And a bonus patchouli, like, why the fuck would a game smell like patchouli? Like, what are you at Burning Man or something? Like, don't get me wrong, I like patchouli. I even wear patchouli. But I don't need my video games to smell like patchouli. But yeah, the FDA said, no, you're not allowed to do this. This is illegal. And they're like, well, sorry, we're taking the money. You know what they said? They said, we already spent all the money manufacturing it. And we can't sell it. That's what they said. I don't know how true that is. There's an ad starting in 18 seconds and I can't stop it. There are no more updates. I did not receive the product. I invoke my rights under Kickstarter terms of use. I demand full refund. Yeah. Yes, it was a vaping device, exactly. Start a new round of testing and improving the product to get permission and mass sales. That's what the FDA said. Yeah. But for some reason, it just never happened. They couldn't get rid of... They couldn't do it without it? I don't know. I don't know why they couldn't do it without it. But honestly, I was just kind of laughing at this stuff when I saw it in the first place, because smell-o-vision, really? That was the big idea for VR? Like, smell-o-vision, basically, right? I mean, that's been a joke since forever. But look at all these people asking for a refund. That's like what all these comments are. There's an ad. I cannot skip it. I'm sorry. Hadouken! Well, it looks like the ads are over, or at least for some of us. And Taco doesn't have ads. I was hanging out at Cryptic's stream last night, afternoon for you, I think, and they're really setting me off to learn Godot. Oh, cool. Wasn't Cryptic using Unreal last I checked? I know they were doing sculpting in Blender, but I missed the stream. I think I just have to really pick it up. Yeah, you should. You definitely should. I'm still reading these. Like, there's so many people that are like, I'm never doing a Kickstarter again. Which direction are we going? Oh, we're going older. What a scam. They don't respond to emails. It's a rug pull. They stole everyone's money. Everyone paid at least $200. Look at this. People are still... This was 28 days ago. I'm backer number 244. 6 months ago. Everyone's still demanding for... This is crazy. This happened in like 2014. Or something. When did it happen? Last update was 2020, but I swear I saw this at my mom's place when I was like in between Phoenix and the lake house. So that was like or that might have been 2015 actually. The risks. We have worked extremely hard to ready this product for Kickstarter and full-scale manufacturing and fulfillment, but here are what we see as the risks. Manufacturing. Manufacturers lined up as we have quality assurance people on site during production. Fulfillment. Sometimes things get crazy. Suppliers missing deadlines. Like, they don't even mention the FDA as a risk or challenge. They've got a team, so they gotta pay those people, right? Okay, yeah, so the spark of inspiration was 2014. The first Kickstarter attempt was 2015. That makes me think that they did a second Kickstarter. They were at GDC 2018. Oh, okay, there's a 2019 Kickstarter launch. Interesting. Why do I feel like I saw the first one? But I remember everyone freaking out because they weren't getting their money. So maybe, I don't know what I saw. Look at this, the 4-pack VIP special. Save $400. I don't know, this shit's nuts. This shit's crazy. The Feel Real 4x4 launch special. Like, who really needs 4 of the damn things? Yeah, they're using Unreal. They just recommended a lot of tutorials specifically for Godot. Oh, cool. I haven't heard of them, of the term rug pull since those crypto hype days. Which was like fucking yesterday to me. Maybe I'm old. I wonder if people commented on that one game we brought up earlier. I think reported the campaign, honestly. Oh, you think you reported? Yeah, there were. I can never remember the name of it. I have to find it through Sombrero Hat? Sombrero Cat. Not hat. And then... Wait, that's AI. That's not what I'm looking for. I want... Sombrero Cat... Twitter. There we go. So if we go to that, you scroll down just a little bit. Man, remember Indie World Order? That shit fell apart so quick. That's so sad. I mean, it still exists clearly, but it's not the same or something. It's like all the people that were involved with it are just like not involved with it anymore, except maybe like 1 or 2 people. I don't even know. I remember that. Yeah, the Indie World Order. I was like a big part of that for a little bit, and then I got kind of upset because they didn't want to allow Retro Spaceball into something they did, so I was like, well, fuck these guys. I mean, I didn't say that out loud, but I was just like, well, shit, I don't... Why am I working so hard to help these people? They're not gonna help me. I swear I saw the link somewhere on here. Maybe it was on the website? I don't remember having to scroll this far last time. Probably already passed it up. Oh, you know, I probably just searched Farmer Supreme on Kickstarter. That's probably what I did. Here it is. So 319 backers pledged $10,760. So it's not like that big of a ripoff, but it's still a lot of money to just go vanishing, right? 319 people felt ripped off. They haven't posted since 2020. Stray Bolts, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. They did that game that was like a digital gaming event. Yeah, I wanted to be part of that, and they're like, you know what? Nah, we don't really want you part of this. Like, for real? But then, you know, do you remember Project Malo? I think is what it was called. They're on my Steam wish list. How do you get to a wish list? I always forget how to get to the wish list. There it is. They're the first game on my wish list, codename Malo. You guys remember this game? I interviewed this, but this was the first person I interviewed on my podcast on Colorado, and they just stopped. The digital event, yeah, exactly. It was like, yeah, a digital event. It was like a game that had all these other games in it, yeah. So this was the second version of the game. The first version of the game was completely different. It was like a multiplayer battle game. Never heard of this. This was a little bit older. It's not going to be finished, unfortunately. We could probably find Encalibro on Twitter. I don't think they deleted their stuff, they just don't use it anymore. Wait, what just happened with the music there? That was really weird, wasn't it? I want to hear that again. What happened at the end there? Oh, I think it was that's what it was. Okay. I was like, what's going on here? Let's skip this song. I don't really like that song. Where did I go? Encalibro. Oh, he did get rid of his Twitter. Maybe codename Malo? Also, searching on Twitter is like insanely impossible these days. Oh, I can't find him anymore. That's too bad. Remember the little face of the ninja guy? Yeah! So I can go to my podcast because I have gameplay footage of this game before it was the game that he started trying to make. Indie game dev report. So this is my podcast YouTube channel. We go to the oldest. This was the game.
PC, but they did just port it to the Switch, I think.
I might have to take a look at that, or at least wait for a sale.
My mic's all like.
Definitely check it out on YouTube to see what you're talking about, because it's.
But look at this
like
game.
It'd be super influential for anyone doing like multiplayer versus type stuff.
For sure.
Cool. Yeah. So let's see here.
It was like Smash Brothers, except you just bump into people and like use weapons.
You're a part of the indie dev world order, so to speak. I would say. Is that correct to say that
That's
you're
correct.
part of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a really great networking group. If anyone's unfamiliar, on Twitter and Discord.
Probably
I think it
can't
just
hear it.
started as like a Follow Friday kind of thing, and everyone was just following each other and tagging Calibro, right?
Yeah, I don't know how that all started, but now it's like an ongoing joke.
It's great. So now you're like one of the figureheads almost. It seems like, as far as like who everyone is following. So I think that's really
Yeah.
great for your game and great for what you're doing and stuff. But you obviously see a little bit more into what everyone's doing because you have all of these networks now. So from what you see, what would you say looks like the people are having the most trouble with in game development, as far as what you're seeing online?
Yeah. Oh man, that's a tough question. For me, literally no background in game development, and a lot of this for me has been a learning
I
experience.
guess we were around the same
even in
people on
using
Twitter
social
like 5 years.
media, 'cause
Absolutely,
truthfully,
we were.
I'm not big on social media.
Okay.
And when I started the whole Twitter thing, the plan was just to, let the world.
Yeah, if you look
know
through
about
my
my game,
videos,
and,
you'll probably recognize a lot of the projects. We go to the oldest ones, right? I don't know if you saw Raven's Path, but you probably saw Indie Imprint. They were around a lot. It's the long play games now. They're still around. Pertado Tale with Red Vonix. He's still around, but he's been doing more contract work. Gabriel Pescado, he's still around. Still, he actually wanted to be on the last podcast I did. This one I don't think anyone really knew about, but it was super interesting. Super Beersby, like I had never heard of Beersby, but apparently it's like a drinking sport. But the Kind Chamomile with Xavier Moyney, you probably remember this one. This was a Kickstarter project that succeeded. No one liked the game when it came out, apparently. Again, Doodle Dash wasn't so well known. Curve Space, you probably recognize them. Was that Only by Midnight was the name of the studio. This Ryan Sumo, you probably know Ryan Sumo. He's still like big. He's more of a publisher now than he is a developer. Law Mage Academy with Jin. You probably remember Jin. You might not know Matt Glanville because he's a bit of a bigger dev, but he's also kind of niche. He did Switch and Shoot, and then Dungeon Deathball and Ghost Grab, and I think this one was like singled out or something like that. Yeah, you know Attack of the Karens, I'm sure. And I'm sure you know Light Haze World with Radio Bush. Again, this one is a bigger developer that I actually knew personally, so you might not know them, but they did Time Tangle for iOS, as well as a few other projects. They worked for Cartoon Network. And then everything else is more recent here. This one's only a year. Yeah, these ones are only like a year ago. It's funny, I haven't actually done that many. For how long? Like if we go all the way back, that was 5 years ago. Haven't really done that many. Folklands is still doing pretty well though. They've got multiplayer support now. I need to get back on this. It's been 5 months since I put out an episode. You believe that? But yeah, back to the music. And back to the drawing too, because I should like be getting things done. I'm gonna have to go to bed at some point here. My sleep schedule is kind of normal these days. J-Bo says, "This is awesome. I hope to see more from you." What's that? The podcast? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to do more. I get kind of caught up in other things, and honestly, streaming's kind of been scratching that itch for me, if we're being honest. Like, I don't know. I do like the idea of podcasting. I like interviewing people, but I kind of just like chatting and doing work also, right? I don't know. It's a lot of effort. Excuse me. Let me get some water. Excuse me. The podcast is like a ton of effort, right? And I don't get like pretty much anything in return from it. I don't run ads. In fact, I despise the idea of running ads on a podcast. I mostly do it for the people that I'm interviewing, and a lot of times they don't really help to promote it. So like, there will be episodes that don't get any views on Spotify or YouTube because it's really hard to get people to watch the stuff or listen to it. I haven't actually looked at my Spotify stats in months. Oh, now it's sending me a Gmail to sign in. Got the 2-factor. Apparently. But it might be interesting to look at this stuff. Got a whole lot of nothing. But if we go to episodes, so yeah, you can see the last episode got 59 downloads and streams on Spotify, while the episode before that got 86, the episode before that 46, 63, 39, 47, 42, 55. The one that I did by myself got 198. I don't know how. That one's done better than all of the other ones. And if we look on YouTube, it's the same thing. Like, if we're looking at stats alone, it would make more sense for me to just like do what I'm doing now as a podcast, right? Just kind of talk about stuff and like come up with like a script of things to talk about and be like, today we're gonna talk about this, and then market it as like a conversation about this. And any maniac, you fall asleep? Oh, this is the wrong channel. I'm like, why is this doing so well? I haven't done anything. So yeah, not a whole, I mean, when you don't post stuff, people don't come, right? And I've only got 79 subscribers, 4 reviews in the last 28 days, which is probably just me, right? Like showing people stuff. Oh, maybe not, because it's these. But again, if we look at the view count, 81, 91, 57, 102, 37 for this one, which is weird, right? Where's the Spotify stats on that? How do we go back? Bulk glance. So 39 here, and then where'd the other one go? 37 there. Isn't that weird? Right? Was it fun for you to make these though? Because I think that's what's important. So the thing is that it was actually a lot of work. It was fun. I learned a lot. I got better at speaking. I got better at interviews. I got better at being interviewed as well, believe it or not, because, you know, doing the other side actually helped with that. It helped me to network. It helped me to meet people. Like I'm pretty good friends with Langle from Low Blast now. I was friends with Just Wall before, but now we're even better friends, right? And you know, Matt Glanville, like I wouldn't know them if I didn't ask to interview them. And then a lot of these just kind of fizzled. Like I don't think Encalibro talks to anyone anymore. This one I was actually interviewed by C for Serious, which is trying to remember his name. Indie Gamiacs, who is still on Twitter, and he still remembers me. He's going to do a thing on Pyratoad, which is nice of him. He did something for Source Hack, so it's not like he doesn't do anything for me, but we don't really talk that much anymore, you know. I'm still friends with Longplay, but again, it's like we're not super close or anything like that. These devs, I don't think they ever really did anything after that. This one was just awkward. This young person was like, I want to be on your podcast as a narrative designer, even though I'm not a narrative designer. And we used a fake name for them, I'm pretty sure, because they're too young to like have their name on the internet. I mean, a lot of people use fake names these days, but they were like way younger than I felt comfortable doing it with. But at the same time, it was like I wanted to help them, and they were really interested in being on the podcast. I didn't want to say no to them. You know what I mean? I didn't want to have a negative impact on them. And it was just a really strange thing. This one was really hard because at the time I was like, do you want me to stream it or do you want me to record it? And they're like, yeah, do both. I'm like, okay, so you want me to play your game and interview you at the same time? They're like, yes. So I interviewed them and played their game at the same time, and that was crazy. And I think the stream actually went longer than this, because it was actually a fun game, but it was really hard to interview and stream at the same time. This one, it just felt awkward. I don't know if Law Mage Academy ever came out, to be honest. But Jin was cool. They were another EWO, Indie World Order person. This one was really hard to get. I literally I talked to this guy, you know, a long time ago, and then it took him like a year to like be like, okay, we'll finally do that interview you've been asking for. But I knew him in person, so it also made things a little bit awkward. But then I moved away from Phoenix anyways, so like I'm glad that I got it out of the way. And then this one, I actually spent a ton of time on this one. Maybe that's why it did so well on Spotify. It didn't really do that well here. I thought it did better, but it did better on Spotify. But yeah, I did have fun. It's just like the amount of work and the amount of effort that went into it, it makes me not feel like it will be fun to do that many more. It's really difficult, right? So it goes like this. There's people that you really want to interview that either A, don't have time, don't really care to be interviewed, or they say that they want to, but they don't actually want to. And so it's like pulling teeth to get the interview, right? And then there's the other route where it's like, I just post something and say, hey, anyone want to interview? And then you get this slew of game devs that are like, all like, interview my game, even though it looks like shit and it's half done or whatever, you know, like some of them look good, some of them don't. And then you're like weeding through the ones that you want to do. And then you're like I still have this list of games of people that I said that I'd try to get to and I just haven't gotten to. And I feel bad about that. I think a lot of them have either forgotten or the games have come out, or like, you know, they don't think about it while I still think about it, and that weighs on me. It's weird. So yeah, it seems like a lot of work to prepare for. Yeah, so and then like, so those are the easier ones to get, where there's like people like, hey, I want to interview, I don't want to interview. So then you have to worry about, is the content even worth the interview, right? And then you have to worry about like, I need to play this game, I need to like think of talking points, I need to like research this person a bit. Otherwise, like there was one who I had scheduled an interview with. I had to cancel it. Actually, they canceled it at the last minute because they found out that I was like, you know, woke or whatever, right? They found out that I was supporting black rights, and they were like, what the fuck? I was like, what do you mean? They're like, you retweeted this thing that Humble Games tweeted about the what was it? It was about the bundle, the Black Lives bundle, and I was like, I was just tweeting it like regularly, you know, like that's the kind of stuff that I'm gonna tweet, right? Especially it's games, it's, you know, the political stuff that I care about, right? Like, I'm not trying to be overly political, but like if it's a movement that I care about, then yeah, like fuck yeah. And it was Humble Bundle, so it wasn't even Itch, it was Humble Bundle. It was like the big publisher saying like, hey, I know we're owned by, or no, not, yeah, I don't know who, or no, Humble as a publisher is kind of like not doing so well, I guess. They had to like claw back on their resources or whatever. They had to like fire a whole bunch of, I think they were like a skeleton team holding it together or something. Anyways, this person was, you know, not American. I won't say what country they're from because I don't want to make it sound like that country's bad. They just happened to be a bad person from that country who was obviously like a Trump supporter who thought that like America was going to become great again because all the racists were taking over. Essentially, that was like their view, and they're like, well, I'm glad we didn't do this interview. I'm like, yeah, me too. But it was a big pain in the ass because I had to set up all this stuff, and then they're just like, by the way, I'm a racist asshole. It's like, well, fuck. Like, the weirdest part about that one was like someone else vouched for this guy and said, you should interview my boss because he's making this game and he's awesome and you should interview him. And like, yeah, we have a bunch of Trump supporters over here in the Philippines too, which is crazy to me. Yeah, it is crazy. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, he's literally like ousting Filipinos among other people. Anyone who has brown skin, which is fucked up. That is fucked up shit. Like, we as a nation started as a brown skin nation. I mean, come on, like, or red skin or whatever you want to call it. Like, there was Native Americans living here, like, from other places too, right? Like, it was a lot of people moved here from different parts of the world a long time ago, and they weren't white. They weren't white at all. Like, not in the slightest. That's who was running the nation before Europeans got here. And now we're going to strategically remove them? Like, that's fucked. It's completely fucked. I don't mean to get overly political here, but the shit that's happening here is just like, what the fuck? You know? And my family voted for this asshole. Like, that's fucked up. Fucked up. I don't even... there's another ad coming up. We're probably not going to go too much longer after the ad here. I keep getting off track. But, yeah. I can't believe that, like, the rhetoric goes that deep that people would just, like, blindly support it. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll come back and just finish up or whatever, and then probably raid out. But it's been fun. It's been a fun night. It is 1:33 in the morning. But yeah, break time. Alright, we're back. Oh yeah, everyone should wishlist Pirate Toad to play the demo. This thing keeps popping up, like, alright. I opened it from OBS, so it keeps popping up every time I click on OBS. But yeah, maybe we'll do a little bit of drawing and then we'll end. I still want to draw a little bit. But yeah, like if you were to listen to all of the podcasts, you could tell that the whole experience was not always super fun. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort, and sometimes a lot of nonsense, to be honest. I'm not like I would do it again, but now that I've done it, it's not as high on my priority list to do. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not like saying I'll never do it again. I would like to get back into it, but it's hard for me to I don't know. It's hard for me to get back into it. It's like get up and do it. I've got all this other shit that I want to do, and like honestly, like not having an income is kind of is weighing heavy on me these days. So like doing stuff that takes a lot of work that doesn't generate any revenue for me is like, well, what am I doing? You know? And like the whole idea of like starting it was like to benefit me as well as benefit other people, right? Like to benefit, you know, everyone, right? But it wasn't really benefiting anyone. I mean, don't get me wrong, it benefited me a little bit because I got to learn the skills that are required to do that, and I learned some of the nuanced information from the podcast, and hopefully, you know, the few hundred people that listened or whatever like got that information too, and maybe that makes it worth it. But at the same time, it feels like it was like this huge effort that like, I don't know, I can't really leverage as like marketing. I mean, technically it's marketing, but it's not very good marketing. Like all of the professionals say that podcasts are like don't even move the needle when it comes to marketing games and stuff like that. And I can say from experience that that's what I've experienced. And that's not the only thing that's important, obviously, but sometimes it feels like it should be, because I need to make some money. And as sad as that sounds, like that's just one of those facts of life, unfortunately. I either need to have a job where I can do that as like, you know, as a hobby, or I need to like wait, I screwed something up. But yeah, you know, it's like you gotta make some money, right? So if I was making money, it'd be a lot easier to be like, oh, I think I'm gonna do a podcast today. But when I'm not making any money, it's like, well, shit, I need to make some money. So maybe I just need to bite the bullet and get a real job and be too tired to podcast, right? Oh gosh. I don't mean to sound selfish, because it was never really my intent to do it, you know, selfishly. I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be nice to make some money off of Retro Spaceball, but like that wasn't my goal in the podcast. I don't know, a lot of people are saying like you should just start like a YouTube channel, you should be doing devlogs and that kind of stuff, and like it just seems like so much effort and so much work. I really just like streaming. It's so much more like freeform, and I can just kind of, you know, roll with it, and like we get on a topic. If I'm just like working, then I'm just working, you know, and like no matter what, things are getting done. And I don't know. YouTube seems like it's such a far reach to try to monetize as well. Where with streaming, it's like, I never would have imagined that I could monetize from streaming, but it's happened, and now I'm like, oh, well, that actually kind of feels good to like feel like valued in a way, right? YouTube is so difficult to take a hold on. It is, yeah. And then from what I understand and from what I've, you know, noticed with, you know, my networks and stuff like that, is that when you do get a hold on YouTube, it gets a hold on you, and then you end up gear shifting all of your content to fit that hold, and then you're doing stuff that you didn't even really want to do because that's the only way you can make money. And I mean, you see it all the time with game devs where they start making money as a content creator, and then they're no longer a game dev, they're like a fake game dev content creator, kind of like Pirate Software on Twitch, you know, where it's like he doesn't even make games anymore, he just pretends to, and then the one game that he's been working on, everyone just shits on it. And I'm sure it doesn't help that he's like got that persona now that no one likes, but everyone's just tearing his game apart, right? He spent years and years making that, and then he spent years and years not making it. But I don't know, you could say the same thing about Retro Spaceball, but I never just gave up on games. I might have stopped working on a single game to work on other games, but I still plan to continue working on Retro Spaceball. If I had unlimited funds like Pirate, I would definitely have more work done on Retro Spaceball. A lot of it comes down to it not working while I stream, and I'm trying to think of ways to fix that. One thing I really want to sit down and do is work out a 2-computer stream setup, because I do have an older computer that could stream it could do the OBS stuff, while this one could handle the game dev stuff. And if I could send that signal to OBS, there's a way to do it wirelessly now. But I also have a capture card, so I could do it with a capture card if I really needed to. There's a way, I just need to sit down and do it. Yeah, that'd be neat. Yeah, I honestly, I spent more time in Unity than any other engine. Don't get me wrong, I love GB Studio, but like I miss digging in code at this point. I do. And I'm not good enough at C or, you know, assembly or you know, basic or any of the languages that work with the Game Boy. So I end up using a lot of the built-in stuff in GB Studio because I don't know how to do the hard stuff. It's fucking hard. I'd love to. So I think I'm just gonna block out some stuff and then call it a night to make it a little bit quicker. So the player path has to go from there. So let's that a little bit more blue. First, let's put these colors in the palette here. So, I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna work. I'm kind of just winging it. But like, what if we did something like that? And then you could literally get from here to there, right? But then if you went down, you would be on the other side of this river. But then if you went to there, you would end up over here, right? Oh wait, no. You would end up over here. Because basically this first inside 9 is going to send you in a loop until you unlock the next ring. And basically just confuse everyone. But since it does it from the start, it'll make a little bit more sense. It'll be like kind of an aha moment. And then you'll realize, oh, this map gets bigger as I unlock stuff. Unlike Zelda, where you have to rely on like gates and stuff. It's a different type of gating, I guess. I just don't know the best way to do it. So maybe this isn't the best option. This is all kind of prototype drawing stuff anyways. Well, I'll probably change it. But like, these would then wrap around over here. I'm just drawing straight across because that's easier for me to see. Oh, that's on the collider layer. Don't want to do that. But yeah, I really want to interview Frankie Pixel's show, but I have this feeling that he's gonna say no, and that's kind of disappointing. But then, like, I should have just asked because, like, he said yes to someone, and they weren't even like a big podcaster. Oh, I'm on the wrong freaking layer again. But then it's like, oh, well, he already did a podcast, so like, part of me is like, oh, well, then he knows exactly what to say on my podcast. Another part is like, why would he want to do a podcast? We just did a podcast. Then it's like, well, maybe I'll listen to that podcast and ask what they didn't ask, that what I'm interested in, and that kind of stuff. And it's like, I don't know, kind of endless, the thought that goes into all that stuff. It would actually be cool to do a water path. Right? Because you can swim here technically. Oh no, that would have to be up here. But I could widen that all out. I don't know what I'm thinking. Things have to be more intricately woven. But I do want to have you unlock like swimming at some point. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do it within the engine, but I could figure it out, I'm sure. And then I guess just swap the sprite to like a half player sprite with like a little like water splash around them or whatever while they're walking around. But like, since there's like a thing there, there's got to be more to it than just this rock. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe make it so you can throw rocks like in Zelda. I don't know. Bomb them or something. I don't know. I'm gonna save this though. I think it's time. I really appreciate everyone hanging out. And we got off track there more than once. It is about my bedtime. Oh, did I just close all the browsers? Open them back up. Let's look for pixel artists. Oh, Seagoat's streaming. Let's see if we can find someone new though. I feel like this one's French. I've looked them up before. Well, it looks like they type. Well, let's give them a shot. Says not very talkative stream today. That's okay, I'm probably just gonna go to bed anyways. I need to open up my own. How do you search for pixel artists to raid specifically? Because I can't seem to get the filter to work. So I just do this. I just type in pixel art, and then I hit the search button, and then I look at the live channels, and they don't all have pixel art, unfortunately. But that's how I found Nick Waz. This one wasn't up just a second ago. But yeah, that's how I found this person, and Seagoat's there. Oh, LMAO. How do you do it? I mean, you could probably click on this, right? But it's literally the same. I don't want to see this one now. Don't steal other people's mustard chips. I mean, it seems interesting, but honestly, it's always a little bit off-putting when it's like making art for my itch shop. Like, I get it that you gotta make money, and maybe I should be making money on itch or something like that, but I just feel like, I don't know. I have this thing that everyone should just make their own assets, and like, not everyone agrees with it. I probably shouldn't even agree with it, but that's just how I'm wired as a game dev. It's like, oh yeah, if you don't put the space there, you get different results. Oops. Sometimes. So like, Ryan Art has that, Adam C. Jonas has that. So yeah, you definitely get different results if you have the space or not. I usually end up doing both because you get more with one than the other, but there's me. But this one came up with the other one. Anyways, that's where I think we're going. Assuming that they're hanging out for a bit. Although it looks like some of their chat is either Spanish, I think that's Spanish, or Italian. I think it's Spanish though. Oh, thank you for the raid message, I appreciate that. And then, oh, I gotta type raid. Raid, and that's cool. So we're gonna raid Quelm. And I don't know this person, so hopefully they're cool. It sounded like, or it looked like they were using no mic, or if they were using a mic, it was sparingly. But no matter, they should be cool. They're pixel artists. How bad could be, right? But yeah, thanks everyone again for hanging out. I really appreciate all the raids today. I don't have my stream manager pulled up. Real quick, I want to thank some people. Well, thank you, Taco Crepe, for being an awesome mod and being on top of the raid message and all of that. And for hanging out as long as you have. And let's see. Oh, Golden Character Design for the raid and follow. And Feral Skeeve for the raid. And everyone who just hung out as well. You're all very welcome here, and very much support all of you. Or very much want to try to support all of you the best I can, at least. I very much appreciate the support from all of you. How about that one? That one makes a little more sense. Alright, but yeah, we're gonna raid in a few seconds here, it looks like, or something. I don't even know. So I'll see you there. Bye.